diretora. Onde está a diretora?
A gente vai falar com...
Você sabe o nome dela, né? Você sabe o nome dela?
Eu sei.
Não,
Ah.
eles vão falar em quê? Italiano ou inglês? Não, tá bem. Não. Preciso não.
A professora... A Vânia está aí também? Ótimo, fantástico.
E a Margarida Genevois?
Margarida vai entrar para o vídeo. Vai falar para o vídeo. Deixa eu só arrumar isso aqui. Vou fazer confusão. Bom dia.
Good morning. We apologized for our brief delay. We will try to catch up on time because we know we have colleagues joining from other countries. First of all, I would like to salute all authorities here present, my colleagues sitting beside me, Professor Ana Elisa Peixara, Vice Dean of the School of Law at the University of São Paulo. Thank you for welcoming us. And right from the beginning, Professor Celso Campilongo immediately accepted our invitation or our request to use this room in the School of Law. Mr. José Carlos Dias, who is the president of Comissão Arns, Vânia Santana from the Black Coalition of Rights, and Denise Mota, secretary of the Public Services International. Our honorable president, Margarida Genevois, is joining us remotely through a video. Before we begin, I know that I'm the first to speak this morning, and I wanted to pay tribute, special tribute, to Professor Emeritus of this university, this School of Law. He was president of the Justice and Peace Commission of São Paulo. He was founding member of the Arns Commission. He's a jurist and a relentless defender of the rights of human rights and a relentless defender of the rights of indigenous peoples. So I'm speaking of Professor Dalmo de Abreu Dalari. And before we begin, I would like to say that we have to make an effort to keep on track regarding time. Another recommendation I was requested to make is to remember that we have simultaneous interpretation into English, so if we could please keep with a regular pace and try not to speak too fast. So these were the housekeeping notes I was requested to make. Now I'm going to make my introduction. It was the 60s. Lord Bertrand Russell, mathematician and philosopher, whose anniversary birth we now celebrate, convened in 1966 an international tribunal on the war crimes committed by the United States in Vietnam. The Russell Tribunal, as it was called, organized in 1967 two sessions in Sweden and Denmark under the presidency of philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, as Russell, at 95 years of age, could not travel further. Sartre said, and I quote, "Every free man who is interested in an important social problem can, with other equally free men, make a judgment or a trial which may in turn lead other men to judge as he does." And end of quote. This is the very foundation of the tribunals of opinion, like the Permanent People's Tribunal. Back in 1973, Senator Lélio Basso, a lawyer who resisted to fascism, convened the Second Brussels Tribunal on human rights violations and dictatorships in Brazil and Uruguay and Chile. This tribunal took place in 1974 in Rome, and the formal indictment was read by Miguel Arraes. Several witnesses, including journalist Fernando Gabeira, denounced crimes of torture and other violations in the Brazilian or in the military dictatorship. Before dying in 1978, Lélio Basso took up Russell's legacy and proposed a Permanent People's Tribunal, or PPT, based on the International Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Algiers of 1976. The PPT was finally created in Bologna in 1979 with Secretary General Gianni Tognoni, a doctor of philosophy and medicine, who is the main link that keeps the PPT alive today with its headquarters in Rome. Thanks to these four personalities, we are gathered here today. Even without having judicial status nor recognition from any state, as a tribunal of opinion, given the lack of protection of peoples, in its 49 sessions, it has become a forum to defend people's rights. Why is the tribunal relevant? Philosopher Jacques Derrida stressed the immense value of, and I quote, carrying out as honestly as possible an investigation into a policy, into a political project, and its execution. The objective is not to reach a verdict that results in sanctions, but to deepen the surveillance of the citizen by the citizens of the world. Its purpose is precisely to reaffirm the authority of the voice of the people when states and international institutions fail to protect the rights of peoples, as is the case of Brazil today. But this 50th session of the PPT takes place here at a threatening juncture in which the President of the Republic steers up a coup against the rule of law. No political actor elected since the end of the dictatorship has set himself the objective of destroying the rights conquered in the wake of the 1988 Brazilian Constitution. This session of the PPT, Pandemic and Authoritarianism, should impact the political awareness of Brazilian citizens regarding the impunity of President Jair Messias Bolsonaro, as Vânia Santana mentioned yesterday in an interview, regarding the impunity of President Jair Messias Bolsonaro and his crimes against humanity and the incitement to genocide affecting the Black population, indigenous peoples, and health workers in the COVID-19 pandemic. It also serves to warn citizens of the risks of political retrogression openly stated by the president in order to become an autocrat. Citizens should not wait for disaster to occur because it will be too late. They must mobilize, organize themselves in peaceful, non-violent resistance to prevent the result of these obscene threats. There could not be a better time and place today for us to be gathered here. Thank you very much. All speakers will have 5 minutes for their comments. Professor Anelisa Bechara, Vice Dean of the School of Law at the University of São Paulo, I thank you once again for your solidarity and generosity in welcoming us this morning. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Good morning for all of you who are here with us and all of you who are online as well. Welcome to the School of Law of the University of São Paulo. I wanted to salute all authorities present, professors who are here, Professor Maria Paula Dallari, all students who are here this morning. We have Helena Simões, who is the president of the academic group, and everyone who is here watching us. As representative of our institution, I would like to salute my colleagues here at the panel, President Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro, Margarida Genivois, José Carlos Dias. They are members of the ARNS Commission for Human Rights, Vânia Santana from the Black Coalition for Rights, Dinamantu Shah, Executive Coordination of the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples in Brazil, and Mrs. Denise Mota. Also from the Arts Commission, I wanted to especially salute Laura Grinhau, Executive Director, and congratulate you and all the organizers of this event. The arcades of the School of Law, this is a free territory for the School of Law of the University of São Paulo, and we welcome this permanent session of the PPT, and we salute its members and all of you who are active part of this tribunal, Mr. Gianni Tognoni, Professor Eloisa Machado, Sheila de Carvalho, Mauricio Tenemar, who are counsels for the accusation, and members of the jury presided by Professor Luigi Ferrajoli, with honorable members from the international community. We have Ms. Claire Roberts, Eugenio Jaffaroni, Josileia Caingang, Kenarik Bujakian, Rubens Recupero, Versilene Dias, Viviane Stean, Nicoleta Dentico, Boaventura de Souza Santos, Luis Moita, Jean Ziegler, Alejandro Macchia. 50 years ago, the students of this very school occupied the school to resist the military dictatorship. 45 years ago, students, professors, and celebrities wrote a letter in this courtyard made of stones, going back to the ideas that were presented in a letter to Brazilian citizens. We inherit the assets we received from our predecessors that represent the tradition of Brazilian law. This means a huge reason for joy to welcome this event, which states for future generations that the ideals of the rule of law, in spite of any situation, they are alive today as they were yesterday, looking out for society and for the School of Law. Our role, as it always been, is to fight for human rights against any kind of oppression and authoritarianism, making worth the basic principles of democracy. In that sense, we could not forget today one of its most honorable members that represents Comissão Arns as well, Professor Dalmo de Abreu Dalari, who we'd like to pay tribute to as well. All of us have learned here with a very special group of professors. We have Professor Dalari, Professor Fabio Conder Comparato. We know that the task of a professor in a school of law or in this school of law is not easy or reason for glory. Quite the opposite. This is a continuous battle for Republican and democratic principles that unfortunately are not always in public activities. Dalmo Dalari has always been a militant for human rights. He has been acknowledged nationally and internationally. In a dark period of military dictatorship, while many were quiet or omitted, Professor Dalmo was one of the most important voices we've heard against the violations of fundamental rights. Meeting the invitation of Dom Paulo Evaristo Arns, Professor Dalmo Dalari was the first president of the Commission for Justice and Peace, and he played a key role in fighting for human dignity and in this fight against violations of human rights. So as students of Professor Dalmo Dalari, we have learned that it's not enough to ensure legal procedures for a fairer and more egalitarian society. This will only come from an ongoing daily battle with the powerful political interests, and we cannot escape this battle. This tribute to Professor Dalmo also means acknowledging all of those who were and who are and who will always be by your side, facing all obstacles, fighting relentlessly to build a democratic, free, and fair society in Brazil. São Francisco School of Law will never omit whenever democracy is challenged and whenever there are violations of human rights. Of course, we have different ideologic, political, religious options or voting options, and they should always be respected. But in democracy, we have values and principles that are unnegotiable. Freedom of individuals, the dignity of human being, the right to life and to physical integrity, respect to differences, a commitment to truth, and the freedom to think and to express. Democracy will not take rupture, lack of tolerance, hate, or violence. That's why the debate in this session of the PPT invites us once again to work in this free territory of the School of Law, and we will be back to this place whenever necessary, going back to that letter and setting aside our differences. Let's stick with the essential. What we want is order, but the order we want is the order of the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Annalisa. Now I'd like to mention one point, the presence of the commission of the Comissão Teotônio Vilela and of Comissão Arnes, who, and I believe I can identify everyone here behind their mask: Maria Hermínia, Antonio Claudio, Luis Carlos Bresser Pereira, Manuela, Del Hoyo, Laura, Bajin, and Juliana Santos. And I'd like to pass the floor well, we will have a video, is that right, Laura? Of Margarida Genevois, is that right?
Então agora veremos.
So we will have now the great pleasure to see the video of our honorary president, Margarida Genevois, who was also the president of Justiça e Paz, Justice and Peace, and of the Comissão Teotônio Vilela. She'll be online.
Eu me esqueci também.
I also forgot to say that on our second day, tomorrow, we will have two rapporteurs, that is Dr. Vardim and Manuela da Cunha and Luis Vadim today. And we will have 4 interventions of our colleagues, Santo Júnior, Maria Vitoria Benevides, Antonio Claudio Maris de Oliveira, and Professor José Luis Del Royo. I should pass the floor back to our president. I would like to excuse myself from standing. I'm too short and to not wear a mask as I speak. I would like to salute our dear university, and I am always really touched when it's here in the name of Ana Luisa Bichara. So we would like to pay our tribute to you and all that are members of this university. About nearly 3 years ago, the Human Rights Commission, Dom Evaristo Arns, constituted of those that got together to fight for democracy and the respect to the fundamental rights that were under threat by the recently elected government of Jair Bolsonaro. This commission wouldn't have a right to exist if we didn't feel the threat that our nation was inflicted upon, and our predictions came to life, and that's why the Commission felt stronger and stronger and in need to be present in our civil society. Today, we're undergoing an important moment of our history when, together with the Black Coalition for Rights, the articulation of the indigenous people of Brazil, and the Public Service International, with the support of the Missionary Commission, we came here to knock on the door of PPT to be able to judge all the acts that, as we see, are acts against humanity. The focus of the government was to have as a priority economy, and really focused on herd immunity, and was indifferent to deaths and the suffering of so many Brazilians, and fought against vaccines and the use of masks, incentivated and many crowd gatherings, despise science, and victims of the pandemic. Millions, hundreds and thousands died because of the politics that was led by this person called Jair Messias Bolsonaro, obsessed with the print vote, excluding legality and approval of weapon carriage, and also the exploration of the Amazon of indigenous land. The pandemic was very cruel and inflicted on those groups that were most vulnerable, those that is the increasing homeless, and those in slums, and particularly the indigenous quilombolas and riverside communities. So these communities suffer the consequence of the government that despises the fundamental rights and their health, promoting the dismantling of the structures that they had, and held the minimum basic service to this population. And the health professors that worked in inhumane conditions and suffered for the lack of institutional support and the lack of the adequate equipment went through much suffering. The indigenous population, the quilombolas, the traditional communities suffer the consequence of a government that despises their fundamental rights and their health, promoting dismantling to the structures that enforced the minimum basic service to them. These populations are undergoing lack of support from the government, and undergoing suffering from the fires, deforestation, and contamination of rivers. The environment has been another victim of this same policy of destruction. Environmentalists had been persecuted, destructured government ruling agencies. So President Bolsonaro also elected education and culture as enemies of the state, and it's unmeasurable the hindrance to future generations in terms of despising educators and institutions. Budgets to universities were limited, impacting investment in research, and basic education in regular education were also suffered in a moment where schools needed the support to adapt to remote teaching. We saw the contamination of cultural politics through homophobic and racist discourse, nominating leaders in cultural educational areas to discontinue, and war against culture was set forth from right wing. So this government repeatedly has been attacking the basic principles of our democracy, and we do resist, and we try to bring voice to those who do not have a say, and we appeal to this tribunal to try to bring the public opinion to understand the importance of stop the focus on these attacks of the president, of his children, against democracy, all colluded with our negative side of our Congress known as Centrão, and the attack to the Supreme Court and to the Electoral Tribunal show, and I clearly state that it seems they have a coup on the run. And the president, an admirer of the dictatorship, and has torturers as heroes, and has really taken forth all he had always committed to, his intentions. We will always say no to them. And we bring to this tribunal the hope to see one day this government condemned by formal judicial system, nationally, international, by all the crimes committed. So the victims here presented by the entities are claiming for their rights to life, and claiming for justice. And the decision that we ask here for our jury, and here with Luigi Faroli from Rome, we will carry on with our fight, and that courage shall take us forth.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Professor José Carlos Dias. I give the floor now to Vânia Santana, who represents the Black Coalition for Rights. The Black Coalition for Rights actually brought us for the first time the proposal of conducting a permanent People's Tribunal in São Paulo, and we are thankful to her for this. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I thank for this permanent People's Tribunal. We congratulate the work of all organizations that helped realize this. On behalf of the Black Coalition of Rights, we like to salute all our colleagues here and everyone who is watching, and everyone who will speak during this two-day tribunal. For us, all Black lives matter. The Black Coalition for Rights focuses on a charter of principles, which was elaborated and approved in 2019, and our activity is for Black lives facing racism in Brazil and in the world as well. It's over 280 organizations from the Black movements and of Black women all around the country, and around 30 grassroots organizations who have the explicit commitment to the anti-racist fight in Brazil. We are convinced that's of something that is fundamental for us regarding the destiny of our country. As long as there is racism, there will be no democracy. In the month of May, we have 134 years of the end of legal slavery in Brazil. Very well. The strong refrain of a famous samba has never been as evident. It's a samba from the Mangueira famous samba school that celebrated the centenary of abolition, free from the whip, but stuck to the misery of favelas. That's what we're talking about. It's a history of violations that denied citizenship to the black population in Brazil. What happened and what still happens as a consequence of the pandemic is part of this history of violations and denial of black citizenship in Brazil. We need to be in this tribunal, and we need to conduct this tribunal. It's extremely important to denounce specific acts from the President of the Republic in using his attributions specific when intentionally disseminating the COVID-19 pandemic. This attitude represented in practical terms an increase in the damaging conditions and escalating to stratospheric dimensions the number of deaths and people who face side effects. The numbers of the pandemic in Brazil are alarming, and we know that considerable part of these figures are the result of the neglect of the ideologic intention of the President of Brazil and the federal government. We have definitely been marked by denialism, populism, authoritarianism, misinformation, deliberate misinformation, and disregard to human life. Public management is not a lawless demand without surveillance from society. There must be critical observance from institutions and from organized civil society. That's why we are here today in this tribunal. We need to use all possible efforts in the path to make accountable and to have transparency regarding facts that have occurred in the management of this health crisis. It seems to us that in the case of the federal government's activities in the pandemic, there are plenty of elements for the condemnation of their activities and for leading the population to care practices that at the end of the day have contributed to the escalation in deaths and contamination. The House Hearing Committee for COVID-19, which was created in April 2021, investigated and thoroughly questioned authorities and the procedures that were adopted by the federal administration, and offered Brazilian society clear evidence of poor use of public functions. I believe that this tribunal is part of an effort in establishing the truth. It is part of an important social initiative, which is to honor the memory of people who have left us and that could be here today if we had not been forced to live with denialism and authoritarianism. Right now, I would like to pay tribute to one of our colleagues from the Black Coalition of Rights, a member of our operations, my colleague, Mauricio Paixão, from the Center of Black Culture in the state of Maranhão, a historic activist for the Black movement, a militant for human rights, who died because of COVID-19. And let's give him a round of applause, please. Mauricio here present. Very well. This tribunal is part of this effort to establish the truth. The Black Coalition for Rights, together with other organizations, we express in this committee the vision of how the Black population was specifically affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and how the activities of the federal government have led to make this vulnerability more severe. We will have the opportunity to present these perspectives, assessments, and evidence at the right time in this very tribunal. But there are some facts that deserve to be mentioned at this opening session. First, we shall never forget Cleonice Gonçalves. Ms. Cleonice Gonçalves, she's a housemaid in the city of Rio de Janeiro. She became infected by her employers, and she was the first registered death from the pandemic in Brazil. In a country that has slavery in its past, we were forced to hear proposals about flexibilization of work during the pandemic. And the idea was to include domestic work as essential work. We should remember that Manaus and the whole of the northern region of Brazil is made by a majority of people who are black and brown, around 70% of the population. So it's not by chance that this region and this capital of our country was used for experimentation purposes of procedures with inefficient medication in facing the COVID-19 pandemic. We shall not forget that Manaus went through the horrors of lack of oxygen, which is essential to treating and to ensure survival of patients with COVID-19. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have a black and indigenous Amazon. We also have to remember that the emergency relief for Brazilian citizens, Quilombola, indigenous communities, it only happened because there was a huge pressure from civil society and from some representatives who are committed to the interests of Brazilian society. The black population knows, we know what it means to be in the labor market in the pandemic. We live in the informal market, and the pandemic was a bomb, a destruction bomb. We are aware that among health workers, those that are more vulnerable, they are more exposed to the virus, and there is a considerable slice of black professionals, black health professionals. So it is not by chance that we foresee that black people possibly died 4 times more than white people in some Brazilian capitals. The fact that the government did not act for social promotion purposes of this part of the population, it has contributed to this scenario of death. I'm about to finalize, but yes, we have resisted and we are in this fight. But we are in a scenario of fight, as I said yesterday in our press conference before the opening of this tribunal today. It is up to us, in any case, to create a critical public opinion who is facing this current scenario of authoritarianism and daily threats to democracy. We must have this critical public opinion to face the banality of evil and the dehumanization that this government and political forces that support it are trying to impose upon us. They shall not pass. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Vânia Santana. I now give the floor to a virtual presentation. Is that correct?
Certo. Vai haver uma apresentação.
We're now going to have a virtual participation from Dinamanto Chá, who is Executive Coordinator of APIP, the Brazilian Articulation of Indigenous Peoples. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dinamanto Chá. I am currently Executive Coordinator of the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples in Brazil. First of all, it's important to mention that Brazilian indigenous peoples, if we were not the most affected population by this virus, that by this government that's declared war against indigenous peoples. In his campaign, he said he would not meet the Brazilian Constitution. And with that, This person also promoted several initiatives and omissions that indeed made more severe the pandemic and the dismantling of indigenous policies, the dismantling of institutions that have as their institutional mission to promote the rights of indigenous populations, FUNAI, IBAMA, leading to an increase in this disease because of the invasion of indigenous lands, because the state was not present anymore and it was not fulfilling its constitutional obligation. Because of this hatred that was promoted by the defendant that will be charged today, this Permanent People's Tribunal, we bring to this Permanent People's Tribunal several elements that show not just genocide, but crimes against humanity and against the environment. The dismantling of environmental policies, the indigenous policies, severely worsened social environmental conflict and therefore led to death and criminalization of many indigenous leaders. In the last 3.5 years, we faced a scenario that was similar to a military dictatorship. Although we had become a democracy, we've never seen such a severe scenario with so many violations and retrogressions, promoted as well by the legislative in Brazil, but boosted by the executive power, the President of the Republic, that at any cost wishes to take indigenous land for speculation, for major constructions, and for large corporations. Indigenous lands are being invaded. Children are being killed. The state is not present. And this is a political project that did not protect us from the pandemic. And we ask for help. We are active in the international scenario. We've denounced this in several countries. We have been active in the Brazilian Supreme Court to ensure some points that were necessary for indigenous peoples to face the pandemic, such as the creation of health barriers and the priority creation of, or the priority vaccination. We know indigenous peoples have been gone through several pandemic contexts, and they are more vulnerable to the virus because of biologic issues, but this has been ignored in all technical studies presented by several institutions. 4 proposals were denied by our Supreme Court to have an emergency plan to fight the pandemic, and this plan has not been implemented yet. Several unfavorable decisions, unfortunately. This has not been enforced by the Brazilian state, who has omitted. It's an oppressive authoritarian state. And the regime we currently have in Brazil, the authoritarianism we see in Brazil with institutional racism, and institutional racism is killing people. Indigenous peoples, we do not want to die. We choose not to die. That's why we are facing, like we faced the pandemic, like we were active in strengthening democracy, searching for institutions that can help us to ensure our integrity. We are always constantly in Brasilia to claim for our rights, to denounce the violation of our rights. Several people are still suffering with the pandemic. Over 160 indigenous peoples were directly impacted by the contamination within indigenous lands. And this figure is more than half of indigenous peoples currently live in Brazil. Isolated people are specifically vulnerable, and we have to ensure that the disease will not reach these lands because we still run a huge risk. The Brazilian state is not surveilling, and as isolated peoples are vulnerable to the virus that is close, that is at the edge of these lands. We know that isolated lands have already been contaminated. So what we are trying to achieve here today with this indictment is to bring all the elements of a genocide, of an ecocide, crimes conducted by the Brazilian state through actions and omissions. Finally, I'd like to say that we are facing this and looking for legal mechanisms to frame, even if symbolically, the President of the Republic to lead to international commotion in favor of indigenous peoples and in acknowledging our territories, acknowledging the impacts of the lack of state presence during the pandemic. And this pandemic has shown that we will have future pandemics as well, and that we are in a constant state of vulnerability because of the dismantling of the indigenous policy that caused a huge impact in our lives. The number of deaths could have been much smaller had the Brazilian state been held accountable or been accountable and had created a plan to meet the demands of the indigenous population and the Brazilian population. I would like to thank you, and we are grateful for being actively part of this tribunal. All claims that are presented here in this information, together with other grassroots movements, please look carefully into those. We hope that somehow we can have political impact with the decisions that will be made here, and that the Brazilian government is once again acknowledged as genocide. Thank you for your attention. Good day.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. And to conclude, here are the interventions of the member of the board. Here we have Denise Motadal, Sub-Regional Secretary of Brazil for the Public Services International. Good morning, everyone. I would first like to salute Professor Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro, Minister Zé Carlos Dias, Vânia Santana, Dina Mancha, Professor Annalisa Liberatori, and also I'd like to especially salute lawyer Eloisa Machado, who supported us and guided us in this journey on behalf of Comissão Arns. And I should salute the president of the Permanent People's Tribunal, Gianni Tognoni. So here, I would like to really alert civil society against acts that have an impact in rights of the people, either civil rights, work rights. So from the Public Service International, together with the articulation of the indigenous peoples of Brazil and the Black Coalition for Rights, promptly joined the initiative of Comissão Arns to show the responsibility of the President of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, because of the omissions and wrongdoing that severed the sectors of those vulnerable population during the pandemic of COVID-19. The whole world is still suffering with the pandemic, but in our country there was a hindrance where the President Jair Bolsonaro abandoned the people at their own chance during the pandemic, and he mocked the pain of families, disrespected the sanitary measures recommended by scientists. He acted against initiatives that sought to find access and reduce the prices of vaccines and effective medication against COVID-19, blocked the initiative of India and South Africa in the world commerce to have the patent taken out and approved, and that brought an increase of death. That way, workers of health were even more exposed. Many got sick, died, and did not have dignity to take on their role. The task of saving lives, that is already a quite tough one, was inhumane because of the disregard of our government. While the population could have social distancing, those that worked in the private and public sector for essential services were able to guarantee service to our population. An army of health professionals worked and still work relentlessly, exhausted because of the speed and intensity of their jobs, claiming for PPI, medication, and the right to decent conditions of work, together with a union organization. So from Public Services International, as the global union, we released globally. Workers protected save lives. And in Brazil, a national research study with the objective of raising data about the work conditions in essential works. So the research study proves the suffering, exposure, tiring situations that the health workers undergo: lack of equipment, lack of personnel, lack of technical training, and the policy of cutting budget to attend our population came together with corruption and a line of command that showed irresponsibility. So the government bets its stake in herd contamination, in search of herd immunity. So if you work in health, you either get sick with COVID or mentally. 47% of women and 44% of men that work in healthcare informed that went through psychological suffering. There is fear in health services due to the low protection levels, and the work shift is tiring, and the lack of information has not been better. So 79% said that they had no access to technical training on COVID-19 and still are there risking their own lives and can contaminate their own families. The hiring of healthcare professionals in a precarious way is broadened, and the price of the labor reform is paid with lives. There is no initiative to change the scenario. The health ministry, right in the middle of the pandemic, instead of having policies of protection and training and to bring back the social dialogue and the collective negotiation with the unions, was omit and goes around the country saying that there should be used chloroquine, and this medication had the efficacy rejected, proving that it does not work for treating COVID-19. The union entities seek justice and social dialogue relentlessly through the national, international, formal levels to fight for effective action together with the Supreme Court, the Labor Superior Court, the International Labor Union, and also the higher court. So the specific responses have not come. To this day, we are still fighting, and still 200 people die in Brazil of COVID-19. So we shall carry on facing the pandemic. We were able to take some steps forward in our National Congress. We were able to have society touched, and many congressmen, in terms of the conditions of work and the need that is urgent to value healthcare professionals. Important projects were approved as indemnity of healthcare professionals that were harmed from their service, and also thousands of workers that were contaminated and died. But Bolsonaro vetoed the project, and the Congress took down his veto, and the government appealed to the Supreme Court that has that to be sentenced now. But the basic salary of nurses is also a big win. Hopefully we will not have any president veto. If there is one, again, we will work to put it down. We know very well, and we have felt under our skin at work, that this policy and politics of Bolsonaro and his own government is also an authoritarian approach that insists to deny the public space participation and dialogue. This vision does not bring in the legacy of the democratic advance. Quite the opposite. It dismantles it and tries to destroy it. That's why it is on our role to take on the challenge, even through the threats, to denounce, and we count on the Permanent People's Tribunal, because we are the voice for those who did not live to say those healthcare professionals that died from COVID-19 here.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Denisa Motadao, for your intervention. And I'd like now to pass the floor to the General Secretary of the Permanent People's Tribunal that will talk about the roles and competences of the Permanent People Tribunal. This is also a virtual.
Até aqui, só olhar ali.
Has been presented by the persons who have been an active part in the preparation of the tribunal, because everything which has to do with the role of the tribunal, the specificity of its approach to the problem of fundamental rights has been already illustrated well, and it would be even more clear during the development of the procedure. I have simply to present or open formally this procedure by recalling how hard and long has been the time for preparing this event, which had two specific goals. On one side, to assure the best documentation which could be available in order to document what is foreseen in the indictment as responsibility of Jair Bolsonaro and his government. But on the other side, I think that as it is the case always for the issues the tribunal is facing, the work has been over the last 6 months to assure a real presence of the communities which have been the victims of one side, what has been happening over the last 2 years, in order to give back to those communities the role not of victims, but role of the subjects of human rights and fundamental rights of people. I think that the characteristics of the procedure of the tribunal will be mainly beside the scientific report and the evidence which will be presented, which are certainly important, but to give a very specific visibility to the fate of the people who have been presented, because that has been one of the characteristics of the situation in Brazil in the overall pandemic, to have a very specific impact and planned impact on the rights of those populations. All the medical situations are certainly important, but it is clear that the pandemic could have a completely different outcome depending on the background of democracy and of recognition of the subjects of rights in the population. The request to produce a Permanent People Tribunal, one of the sessions of the Permanent People Tribunal on the pandemic and Autoritarismo, the responsibility of the Bolsonaro government for systematic violation of the fundamental rights of the Brazilian people perpetrated through the policies imposed in the COVID-19 pandemic. That is the title, the official title and commitment of the tribunal. I started with the presentation of a request by the promoters of this initiative, who are including, I am simply reminding that because that has been important for the formal procedure also of the tribunal. The organization who are representing the people of Brazil are the Dom Paulo Evaristo Arndt Commission for the Defense of Human Rights, the Articulation of Indigenous People of Brazil, the Black Coalition for Rights, the Public Services International. We have heard what they have said in order to clarify what is the role to support the evidence. The indictment was accepted by the Permanent People Tribunal based on the impressive documentation which has been prepared by those organizations and by the fact of putting together a series of evidences which are going from the medical field, but mainly to the lives of the subjects which are the protagonists of this tribunal. It will be presented now by the three lawyers who are responsible for the indictment. Eloisa Machado, who is a lawyer and professor of constitutional law and the Getulio Vargas Foundation Law School. Mauricio Terena, a lawyer from the Articulation of Indigenous People of Brazil, and by Sheila de Carvalho, a lawyer from the Black Coalition for Rights. Those are the three persons who are responsible for the overall structure and the evidence produced in the indictment. The indictment was submitted to the attention of the government of Brazil, the Jair Bolsonaro and his ministry, on the 6th of May, in order to communicate also the right to prepare, this was already anticipated, a defense or a presence for them. That would be the point of discussion for tomorrow. What I have here is to thank, beside obviously the promoters and the actors of this tribunal, the panel of judges who have accepted to be present, even if online and in different situations. The panel of judges is chaired by the Italian jurist and former judge Luigi Ferraioli, who is full professor of the University of Rome, and is integrated by various experts in the field of law, social sciences, and global health. I remember briefly the name and the qualifications in order to have a full spectrum of their representativeness of the international public opinion. From Antigua and Barbuda, we have Sir Claire Roberts, former Minister of Justice, former President of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, and former judge of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. From Argentina, we have Eugenio Raúl Zaffaroni, former member of the Supreme Court of Argentina and former judge of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And then Alejandro Macchia, who is a public health physician and epidemiologist. From Brazil, we have four persons: Judea Caingang, indigenous leader and social anthropologist; Kenaric Bonchican, former appellate judge of São Paulo Court of Justice; Rubens Recupero, ambassador, former minister, former Secretary General of United Nations Conference on Trade and Development; Versilene Diaz Katunga, Kiliumbola, leader and lawyer. We have then from United Kingdom, Baroness Vivienne Cern, who is member of the House of Lords and specialist in criminal law and human rights. From Italy, Nicoletta Dentico, who is a journalist, writer, and global health consultant. From Portugal, we have, who's not present here, but part of the panel, Bonaventura de Sousa Santos, full professor in the Faculty of Economics of the University of Coimbra, and Luis Moita, full professor of the Autonomous University of Lisbon, specialist in peace and war studies. We have for the presence, though he has some health problem now to assist continuity, Jean Ziegler, professor of sociology at the University of Geneva, former member of the Swiss Parliament and former special rapporteur of the United Nations Human Rights Council. Those judges will be able to participate online, though with some minor problem for sometimes health reasons, but all of them are fully informed and documented of what has been presented to the tribunal. The structure of the tribunal foresee, beside the presentation of reports and witnesses, a dialogue or an interrogation of the judges with respect to those who are presenting the evidence. We have a time which is not very much, is the time which is allowed for the problem of logistics, but the judges will ask questions to the witnesses and testimonies, and each of those who are requested to provide answer will have the time to respond on that. If the time, as it could be, is not enough, it is foreseen a procedure by which a written request is forwarded in order to have then written responses which will be taken into account by the judges in their evaluation of the situation. We do not have other point to put into evidence. Tomorrow, as I said, we shall say something about the position of the Brazilian government. And I go back to give the floor to the promoters, who are those who are introducing progressively those who are presenting the report. Thanks for your attention and for your presence.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much for the General Secretary. So before showing you a video that will show the statements of the President of Brazil about the pandemic, so I should now just introduce members of the Comissão Arns. I have Fabio and my colleague Benevice as well. So carrying on now.
Vídeo.
Está sendo superdimensionado o poder destruidor desse vírus, certo? Obviamente temos um momento, uma crise, uma pequena crise, né? No meu entender, muito mais fantasia a questão do coronavírus, que não é isso tudo que a grande mídia propala ou propaga pelo mundo todo.
Brevemente, né, o povo saberá que foram enganados por esses governadores e por grande parte da mídia nessa questão do coronavírus.
No meu caso particular, pelo meu histórico de atleta, caso fosse contaminado pelo vírus, não precisaria me preocupar. Nada sentiria ou seria, quando muito, acometido de uma gripezinha ou resfriadinho.
Eu acho que não vai chegar a esse ponto, até porque o brasileiro tem que ser estudado. Ele não pega nada, vê o cara pulando em esgoto ali, sai, mergulha, tá certo? E não acontece nada com ele.
O vírus está aí, vamos ter que enfrentá-lo. Vai enfrentar como homem, pô, não como moleque. Vamos enfrentar o vírus com a realidade, é a vida. Todos nós iremos morrer um dia.
Então essa briga de começar a abrir para o comércio, né, é um risco que eu corro, porque se agravar, vem para o meu colo. Agora, o que eu acredito que muita gente já está tendo consciência é que tem que abrir.
Mais de 300 mortes. Quantas mortes o senhor acha que
Cara, quem fala de eu não sou coveiro, tá vendo?
Presidente, mais uma coisa.
Não sou coveiro.
A gente ultrapassou o número de mortes da China hoje. O Brasil,
E daí?
não vai.
Lamento, quer que faça o quê? Eu sou Messias, mas não faço milagre. Não vou falar pelo Nelson Teck, porque ele ficou pouco tempo no Ministério, ficou um mês, mas levando em conta o ministro anterior, esses números aí esses números eram fictícios. Eram fictícios.
Estou tomando aqui a terceira dose da hidroxicloroquina. Estou me sentindo muito bem. Estava mais ou menos domingo, mal segunda-feira. Hoje, terça, estou muito melhor do que sábado. Então, com toda certeza, né? Tá dando certo. Vocês não entraram naquela conversinha mole de fica em casa, a economia te vê depois. Fique em casa que a economia te vê depois. Isso é para os fracos. Tudo agora é pandemia. Tem que acabar com esse negócio, pô. Lamento os mortos, lamento. Todos nós vamos morrer um dia. Aqui todo mundo vai morrer. Não adianta fugir disso, fugir da realidade. Tem que deixar de ser um país de maricas, pô. A vacina, uma vez certificada pela Anvisa, vai ser extensiva a todos que queiram tomá-la. Eu não vou tomar. Alguns falam que estou dando um péssimo exemplo. Ô, imbecil! O idiota que está dizendo que estou dando um péssimo exemplo, eu já tive o vírus. Eu já tenho anticorpos. Para que tomar vacina de novo? Lá, na Pfizer, está bem claro lá no contrato
nós não nos responsabilizamos por qualquer efeito colateral. Se você virar virar um jacaré, é problema de você, pô. E outra coisa, ninguém vai tomar tua vacina na marra não, tá ok? Procura outro. E ninguém, eu que sou o governo, o dinheiro não é meu, do povo, não vai comprar tua vacina também não, ok? Procura outro para pagar a tua vacina. Tem uns idiotas aí, né? Ou fica em casa. Os idiotas, tem alguns idiotas até hoje ficam em casa. Se o Campo tivesse ficado em casa, esse cara tinha morrido de fome. Esse idiota tinha morrido de fome. É uma decisão realmente complicada para qualquer pai. A gente quer, quando se fala em vacina, muitas vezes, né? A vacina é essa aqui, nós sabemos quais são aí, já comprovadas, que levaram aí 5, 10, 20 anos para, depois de muito teste, ser aplicada na população. Agora essa está muito rápido. Você vai vacinar teu filho de 6 meses a 5 anos? Não está havendo morte de crianças que justifique algo emergencial. Nós aqui saímos da pandemia e entramos na endemia. Tá? Ou seja, isso deve acontecer até o final desse mês. É isso que está sendo previsto pelo Ministério da Saúde. Não se justifica mais todos esses cuidados no tocante aí ao vírus, porque todo mundo vê que praticamente acabou isso daí.
Okay, so beforehand, I'd like to say that there are translation devices at the entrance, if necessary. So I'd like to now pass the floor to the claimants, and this will show the general context of the violation of human rights of Governo Bolsonaro, the dissemination of the pandemic as a policy of the government and violation of healthcare professionals. And due to the time and how we're running late compared to Rome, so once we will have 9 minutes or in 10 minutes per claimant, we will have to complete so that we will carry on. So now I'd like to pass the floor to Professor Luisa Machado from Comissão Arnes. Thank you very much, Professor Paulo Sérgio. Thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to take part in the Permanent People's Tribunal representing Comissão Arnes and the Public Service International. And I am still recovering from being disgusted from watching this video of President Jair Bolsonaro, members of the jury. I greet our audience here with us in person and virtually. We are here before a court of opinion to charge President Jair Bolsonaro of having deliberately acted as to propagate the COVID-19 pandemic in the country, using the structure of the Brazilian government for this purpose. The information reveals how this took place. President Jair Bolsonaro launched since January 1, 2019, the first day of his term, a government with authoritarian characteristic and intent openly and clearly contrary to human rights, democracy, and the culture of peace. President Jair Bolsonaro acts daily to impose a limited vision of the world that does not tolerate women, indigenous peoples, black population, homosexuals, LGBTQI+, trans, and migrants. The president imposes hunger, miseducation, illness, insecurity, censorship, environmental destruction on all of us. President Jair Bolsonaro attacks democratic institutions, persecutes critics and political opponents, co-ops leading institutions, incites constitutional disloyalty by the armed forces, misinforms society to gain political advantage. The president incites violence, death, and weapons. Violent conflicts in the countryside, femicide, extrajudicial executions find echo and support in the president's speeches. Jair Bolsonaro imposes on all of us a government of death and destruction. And he found an ally in the COVID-19 pandemic. More than an ally, an opportunity to expand his authoritarian policy of death and destruction, to contaminate people in our country. President Jair Bolsonaro geared all the government machine to achieve such goal in the economy. The intentional spread of the pandemic meant inaction in face of measures that could allow people to stay at home, all in the wake of a dismantling the state that already brought hunger to millions of Brazilians. The government's economic team did not believe, as an example, in December 2020, believed that there would be no pandemic in 2021, the year that was much more mortal to the pandemic. When it comes to health, the intentional spread of the pandemic took place from the intentional disorganization of health policy, with the militarization of its command, data blurriness, and anti-scientism in the applied measures. The government stopped counting and disclosing the numbers of cases and deaths from COVID-19. A press consortium with state governors took over the role. The government endorsed the use of proven and effective drugs, falsely informing the population that there would be a cure for COVID-19. The spread of the pandemic also took place from the boycott of measures to contain the virus. The refusal to promptly acquire vaccines, later revealed by the House hearing commission that was to guarantee political allies with their swindle. The permanent incitement to non-compliance with sanitary measures of social distancing, lockdown, the use of masks, and vaccination as well. President Jair Bolsonaro stated that the vaccine against COVID-19 would allow contamination by HIV. This is the only investigation that he is defended in the Supreme Court. The result from the speeches, normative acts, and the missions of President Jair Bolsonaro that revealed the use of the pandemic as an opportunity to expand his death policy. Almost 1 year after the beginning of the pandemic, the elderly, adults, children, and babies died, suffocated with no oxygen in public hospitals in Manaus, breathless. When there was oxygen, there was no medication for sedation. People were intubated with no medication for sedation, which is equivalent to torture. There was no oxygen because the pandemic did not deserve an adequate response. It was just a cold or just a flu. according to the words of the President Jair Bolsonaro. On the front, health professionals faced this policy and felt its cruelest effect. They were surrounded by death and fearful of killing their own relatives and family members. Research showed that 63% of health professionals did not even have masks to work with during the pandemic. Nurses, women, black women were the ones who obtained the least number of equipment, the ones who got mostly sick and died the most as well. Health professionals were left to their own devices. In March 2021, one death was recorded every 19 hours. This is data from the Ministry of Health. This is death of healthcare professionals. Professional associations state that the number is understated. Actually, in March 2021, a healthcare professional died every hour, according to the professional associations. We will hear from the highest union leaders of healthcare professionals in the country their reports, violations, and also resistance and fight. And I would like to leave here my tribute not only to healthcare professionals, but to all of those that got sick and are still mourning for the contamination of COVID-19. The pandemic was, as it emerged, something unpredictable and imposed undoubtedly challenges to all countries. However, for the Brazilian cases, we are talking about something different. Here we are dealing with an adoption of a deliberate policy of contamination by COVID-19, which persisted 3 months after the emergence of the first case, 6 months after the start of the pandemic, 1 year, 2 years. The president continued with the strategy of contaminating everyone with COVID-19. The report of the House Hearings Commission uncovered this research studies did, and hundreds of thousands of deaths are proof of such policy. Parents, grandparents, mothers, children's friends who were all victims of a criminal policy implemented by President Jair Bolsonaro. It's not possible to admit that a government deliberately contaminates its population. That is why Comissão Arns, the Black Coalition for Arts, the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, and the Public Services International charge President Jair Bolsonaro from committing crimes against humanity, a systematic, deliberate attack against his own population, and specifically in the indigenous context, genocide by deliberately, intentionally using the state apparatus to such act. Acting to spread the COVID-19 pandemic in the country. We are facing a huge crime that cannot go unanswered. The Brazilian people come to this court to ask for justice. So I'd like to pass the floor to Sheila de Carvalho.
Agradeço, doutora
Thank you, Professor Eloisa, for speaking for exactly 10 minutes. We have our next speaker, Ms. Sheila de Carvalho, also 10 minutes, and I will give you a sign when you reach 9 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro. I salute everyone, members of the jury of this tribunal, all of you who are here today. It's difficult to be here after going through so many stories in the last few years and everything that brought us here. Eloisa Machado made a perfect summary of the crimes committed by Jair Bolsonaro in regards to Brazilian legislation. We have a violation of fundamental individual, political, social rights the free exercise of powers, crimes against internal security, against administrative property. Besides national or beyond national legislation, it was clear by the facts exposed that the action and inaction of Jair Bolsonaro results in crimes against humanity, with a direct threat against international norms and regulations. The report from the House Investigation Committee shows that Bolsonaro violates the Rome Statute. His actions have led to extermination, persecution, and acts to cause intentional human suffering. What supports all of this, what has been supporting all of this, is part of a dehumanization that is present in the President of the Republic. This dehumanization is very much clear when we see how Jair Bolsonaro treats the Brazilian black population. During his campaign for presidency, oftentimes he would talk about the weight of black people. He talks about this to this day. Just last week he mentioned the weight of black people. When he was trying to approve an anti-crime law package with former Minister Sérgio Moro, there was a specific clause that would justify police violence. And at the time, he said that the people who were subjected to that violence should be and would be crushed like cockroaches. We have, therefore, a president who sees in the black Brazilian population, which is the most part of our population, by the way, as cockroaches who should be crushed. This dehumanization is reflected on how the pandemic was dealt with in regards to the black population. This dehumanization has a huge impact because for the president, we are not more than cockroaches. I can highlight 3 points here about the criminal neglect regarding managing the pandemic, specifically focusing on the black population. First, the lack of investment in public health to make available plans and programs to meet the urgent demand of the pandemics. A lack of effective policies for fighting the pandemic that had as a direct consequences the death of black population in Brazil, who were the most exposed to contamination and far removed from public health systems, which they have been for the whole of their lives. Second, the adoption of austerity economic policies that have made it difficult and maybe sometimes impossible for socially vulnerable people to be in minimal material conditions to survive during the pandemic. And it's not by chance that we see severe hunger in our country. Third, we have the erasing of public data about coronavirus that have hindered real knowledge about the disease, making it difficult to map its impacts and to create policies to serve the population, both in the health area and also in the social services area. And that had greater impact in the black population because in the beginning of the pandemic, there was a suspension of data collection using social and racial markers. I want to bring data about how the black population has been most affected. When this data used to be collection, lethality was 5-to-1. So at every one white person, 5 black people would die. The collection of the data stopped, so now everything is forecasts. Forecasts of black lives we've lost, and we don't have official records of that. I would like to mention one specific case that reflects many other cases we've gone through in Brazil. Tiago Marcelino was a militant for Uni-Afro Brazil. He was a militant for the Black Coalition for Rights. And at the height of the pandemic, when hunger was knocking at our doors, was knocking at the doors of black families, Tiago embraced a campaign Tem gente com fome. People are going hungry. This was very important to distribute baskets of staples in inner city areas of the city of São Paulo. And because of that, Tiago was contaminated with COVID when he was helping people fight hunger. He was actually filling the gap of a state that should be doing this. Tiago was taken to a public hospital where, due to the lack of employees, because the employees were sick, by the way, due to the lack of structure, Tiago was not properly treated. His death could have been avoided. Worse than that, Tiago died when vaccines were already available. When vaccines were available and the President of the Republic had ignored emails coming from companies willing to sell this to Brazil. Unfortunately, Tiago is not an isolated case. There are many Tiagos around there. Tiago is here in this room. Many stories of our families have a Tiago, irreparable loss that could have been avoided if it were not for the criminal management of the pandemic and of public policies in Brazil. In the face of all the suffering we've seen in our families, the President gives us back a so what? So what? That's what I ask you, ladies and gentlemen. How long will we let the genocide be in the presidency of our republic? The longer this time, the longer we have a genocide who has not been held accountable for his crimes and power. Bolsonaro and his criminal management of the pandemic were central for the expansion of the genocide of the Black Brazilian population. This was a denounce made for years by Black movements. This is a policy of death, which is a fruit of an unconcluded abolition process that hinders us from being full citizens. Oftentimes, it does not acknowledge in Black people humans who are subjects of rights that are established in our Constitution and in international human rights treaties. Today, we are here in the face of this tribunal to accuse Bolsonaro for crimes against humanity, for genocide against the Black and indigenous populations in Brazil. Within this mechanism, this tribunal, which has been a model for resistance and acknowledgement of rights, we are here to fight for the acknowledgement that Black lives matter. They matter because all lives matter. We'll fight to the end against the institutionalized policy that wishes to remove the right to exist, our right to exist. They may have wanted to kill us, but as Conceição Evaristo wrote, we have arranged that we will not die. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mauricio Terena.
Excuse me. I'd like to excuse for not wearing masks. So, members of the jury, initially I'd like to salute the president of this respectable court and all its members, represented by the distinguished jurist Luigi Ferrajoli. I take this opportunity to greet everyone here present, especially my indigenous relatives. Thank you for being here. Before getting into the indictment itself, I would like to mention the responsibility of being the pulpit of such a symbolic trial. Since its foundation, the Brazilian state has been extremely violent with indigenous peoples of this land. We were called savages, incapable, lazy. We've been managed by the SPI, the Indigenous Protection Services. Our women have been raped, our children taken by wildcat mining. Mercury has contaminated our bodies. Our lands have been invaded. Medical care has been denied to indigenous population on approved lands. investigations to criminalize leaders who defend our territories, genocide of isolated people, attacks by gunmen in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. Actually, as I was writing this text on Sunday, May 22, 2022, a young Guarani Kiowa was killed while he was looking for wood near a farm in the reclaimed territory Tecohawa Tacapari in the municipality of Coronel Sapucaia in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. I started listing violence from the 60s to our present day to say we are being killed in the countryside ever since this country, once named Pintarama, became known as Brazil. Those who are still alive is because through fight found the only way to guarantee the right to life for their people. And that is the reason why I call for the enchantment of the ancestral strength of the warriors who died fighting for their territories or facing the pandemic in their communities. Now, please carry on with me in this charge. On January 1st, 2019, the Brazilian indigenous peoples became the target of an openly anti-indigenous administration. For us, Bolsonaro has always represented an ethical, civilizational, and democratical setback. On that day, tense in our territories, we watched in distress the first shot against our rights. The provisional measure 870 removed the attribution of FUNAI, the National Indian Foundation, to mark our territories and transfer that to the Ministry of Agriculture, headed by the personification of Brazilian agribusiness, Minister Teresa Cristina. Therefore, on day one of the government administration, we indigenous people from Brazil had one only certainty: the fight to come. The new president had committed to a policy of setbacks, retrogressions in relation to our territorial rights. As a result, our culture, our ancestry, our uses and customs, and above all, our future outlook were under attack. FUNAI's mandate to protect the lives and territories of indigenous emptied. The institution became an archetype of the military dictatorship, occupied by the widowers of the dictatorial regime, and the military insists on replicating an assimilationist, integrationalist policy with retrogression that guided the Brazilian indigenous policy until the promulgation of the Federal Constitution of 1988. They do not want us to be indigenous, slaves of cultural monism. They want to kill our multiple bodies. Elected under the promise that we would not demarcate even 1 centimeter of the indigenous land, President Jair Bolsonaro has fulfilled his promise since day one. Once the Ministry of Justice and Public Security, headed by former Minister Sérgio Moro, returned to FUNAI 17 administrative suits of demarcation of land that were ready to be forwarded for approval in 2019. The actions of President Jair Bolsonaro were and continues to be consistent with a speech given on April 15, 1998, when he was still a congressman. I shall quote him. The Brazilian mounted infantry was very incompetent, and the North American was the competent one. They decimated their Indians in the past, and today they don't have to face this problem in their country. This is the context in which indigenous peoples live and come to 2020 to face the biggest global health crisis of the 21st century. A country under the administration of a president who deliberately attack us and encourage the invasion of our lands. The Brazilian indigenous policy has unfortunately become a war machine against us. The Brazilian government chose scientific denialism as the guiding principle of its choices. And that's why the indigenous health districts, the DSEIs, began to distribute in our territories a so-called COVID kit containing medication with no proven efficacy in the treatment of the disease. That said, it is not an overstatement to say that the government had become much more lethal than the pandemic itself. The Articulation of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, APIB, faced a duty to guarantee the state's duty to guarantee indigenous health and the integrity of lives of our people through grassroots movements, partnership with institutions, and fundraising campaigns. We, the indigenous peoples ourselves, faced to stop the advance of COVID in our territories. And when we saw that President Jair Bolsonaro remained inert in the face of the threat that plagued us, we called upon the Brazilian Federal Supreme Court. It was the first time in our constitutional history that the indigenous peoples called the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, represented by indigenous lawyers, men and women, proposing the main specific action of non-compliant of fundamental right to bring on damage to basic principles of the Brazilian Constitution in the face of mistakes and inactions in the fight against COVID-19 among indigenous people. This initiative led to a provisional measure granted on July 8, 2020 by Justice Luis Roberto Barroso from the Supreme Court. The rapporteur also recognized the legitimacy of APIB as a class entity representing indigenous peoples at the national level. To then question the concept of concentrated control of constitutionality, thus accepting the ADPF. Since then, this has become one of the most important procedures that the Brazilian Supreme Court brought about and became a structuring procedure that began to discuss public policies for the protection of indigenous peoples in three main pillars. First, measures to guarantee the right to health care for indigenous peoples. Two, measures to contain and remove invaders from indigenous lands. And three, measures to protect isolated and recently contacted indigenous people. The pandemic has brought us closer to death. It has exposed the structural problems faced by indigenous populations in our country that we have been sweeping under the rug since colonial invasion. We recall a recent history of extermination of indigenous peoples through diseases brought by colonizers. And it became crystal clear that nothing has been learned from these tragic experiences. CSI, the Special Secretary for Indigenous Health Care, denied assistance to indigenous people who were on approved lands and refused to vaccinate indigenous people in urban environments. The president of CSI, retired military Robson de Souza Santos, on August 18, 2020, prohibited the entry of humanitarian aid from Doctors Without Border near my home territory in the Taunai Peg indigenous in the municipality of Iquidawana. On that day, we, the Terenas, were clearly understanding that the president wanted to see our people die. In December 2020, granted the ICHR granted a precautionary measure in the favor of Munduruku indigenous people based on the request of APIB and other organizations due to the wildcat mining that devastates the Munduruku territories. In January 2021, they granted precautionary measures in favor of the Guajajara and Awa Guajá peoples, inhabitants of the Arariboia indigenous land. also requested by APIB, this time to protect them from the invasion of illegal logging. All these territories are located in the legal Amazon region. All these have seen the invasive expansion during the COVID-19 pandemic. Invaders of indigenous lands have expanded their activities during the healthcare crisis. And the federal government just watched and continued and has been watching without taking any effective measures to face the systematic problem. Last week, the organization asked the Inter-American Court of Human Rights to grant provisional measures in favor of the Yanomami, Yekawana, and Muduraku peoples, given that the Brazilian state is not complying with the precautionary measures that have already been granted. In August 2021, APIB sent a communication to the prosecutor's office that assists the International Criminal Court, pointing out the crimes against humanity, including a suspicion of genocide that President Jair Bolsonaro has systematically committed against indigenous peoples. Some isolated peoples, for example, are in imminent danger of disappearing forever due to the deliberate weakening of territorial protection policies. Throughout Brazilian history, forced contact with isolated peoples resulted in extinction either by massacre or illness. The COVID-19 pandemic has proved deadly for the world. Facing it under the attacks of a president who hates indigenous peoples has costed lives that could have been spared. For those of us who survived, it is our duty to tell the world what is going on in Brazil. We will preserve the necessary memory so that never repeats history again here or anywhere else. Thank you.
Vocês devem... perdão. Muito obrigado, Maurício. Eu queria...
Thank you, Mauricio. I would like to remind you all that the members of the jury are watching everything that is being said here. So now I give the floor once again to Professor Heloísa Machado to introduce the two testimonies. And then, without further ado, we will take questions from the members of the jury. So now, continuing this session of the Permanent People's Tribunal, we will now hear witnesses regarding the dissemination of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on health care professionals, the Black population, and indigenous peoples. The first witness we will hear is Senator Humberto Costa, a member of the House Hearing Investigation Committee, who will be joining us remotely. He's already online. I thank you for your presence, and I ask you to give a 10-minute explanation about the main findings of the House Hearing, the House Investigative Committee, and how this investigation committee sees the crimes that were revealed by the Commission. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Senator. Mr. Chair of this 50th session of the Permanent People's Tribunal, Mr. Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro, honorable members, Heloísa Machado, Sheila de Carvalho, and Mauricio Terena, witnesses, and also members of the jury. I would initially like to thank you for the invitation that honors me and honors all of us who were part of the CPI. CPI is the acronym for the House Investigative Committee. We've investigated the omissions of the federal government regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. And this commission, this investigation committee, was able to see violations and crimes against humanity committed by the President of the Republic and by members of his administration, as well as other people, even private individuals, if we could say so. As a witness for the prosecution, I have the honor of being a voice of thousands of Brazilian citizens and to initially express my solidarity to all of us who have lost dear members, family members, friends, and to say that this was all the result of a set of criminal actions committed by the President of the Republic and his administration. In spite of having only 2.7% of the world's population, Brazil became the center of the pandemic, totaling 11% of deaths around the world. We've had over 665,000 deaths, and in the beginning of the pandemic, when the Imperial College, London Imperial College, was making forecasts that in Brazil 500,000 people could die, we saw many members of the administration and even other people who were supporting the administration to say that that figure was absurd. Very well, we went over this deathly threshold. And according to several studies conducted afterwards, specifically about the former dean of the Federal University of Pelotas in the south of Brazil, Professor Erlau, out of the 665,000 deaths, approximately 495,000 could have been avoided had the government adopted the measures indicated by the World Health Organization, among those prevention measures, but also vaccination as soon as possible in our country. President Bolsonaro and his stance during the pandemic were denialism, that denied the severity of the situation, denying the risks that the situation imposed, and denying the fact that this was a disease, a lethal disease. In his international positioning was of absolute lack of solidarity, mostly with poor countries, when he said that Brazilian diplomats were guided to reject a proposal presented by India and also by other BRIC countries that we should not respect patents, at least in the emergency period of the pandemic, to ensure a vaccination. It's not because Brazil has signed technology transfer agreements. We were in conditions of producing the vaccine, but this stance, to this day, it still hinders the fact that some poor countries have access to vaccination. He thus promoted a brutal isolation of our country in the international community, transforming Brazil into a pariah in world diplomacy. He adopted a criminal thesis, which was proven by the members of the Public Health School of the University of São Paulo, by adopting the idea of facing the pandemic through quick contamination and intense contamination, which would supposedly lead to herd immunity, collective immunity. And the terminology of veterinarians for herd immunity does not say that we should not have vaccines, whereas the idea of this government was to reach herd immunity just by direct contamination and not through vaccination. It was very difficult for all of us in the hearing committee to believe that it was possible that a representative of the people, someone who was elected to lead the country, to adopt this strategy. But this scientific work that has examined over 3,000 documents, as well as doing the analysis of different speeches from the President of the Republic and members of the administration, it is absolutely convincing in showing that the main strategy of this government, following the guidelines of the so-called parallel cabinet formed by pseudo-scientists that defended this thesis, that this was indeed the policy implemented by the federal administration. And it is because of that that the government attempted to sabotage all the appropriate measures adopted by different states and cities that went from prevention measures, such as shutting down economic activities, such as the use of masks, mass testing, and even resorted to the Supreme Court in Brazil to hinder that states and cities did something that the federal government refused to do, which was a coordination of this work to face the pandemic. And more severe than that, they used the Supreme Court decision, who was fulfilling the Constitution and ensuring the rights of cities and states to adopt these measures. And he used this as a justification in the face of the Brazilian population and in the face of his supporters, saying that he had his hands tied to face the pandemic because he would have been hindered by the Supreme Court in doing so. Actually, the main concern of this government all the while was that the economic consequences of the pandemic and of the prevention measures did not politically hinder his administration. And that's why he adopted this strategy that appeared also from an economic perspective when the government delayed the implementation of the emergency health support, the financial support, which was ensured by the National Congress. That's when the government adopted, quite the contrary to what the Brazilian Constitution states, a positive pact between different agents of the Federation, and the government actually adopted what we've labeled as confrontation federalism in order to stop state governments and cities from doing what was their mandate and their obligation to stop the dissemination of the disease in our country. The government, due to the fact that they did not fulfill their role in the acquisition, coordination, and acquisition of personal protection equipment, ventilators, intubation equipment, that led to a lack of supply and deaths, and this actually hindered or increased the number of lives lost in the population and even in health professionals themselves. Proportionally, Brazil was the country where more health professionals were contaminated and died of COVID-19. Besides having promoted in Brazil the so-called vaccination war due to ideologic reasons, sabotaging the acquisition of CoronaVac vaccine produced in an association between the Butantan Institute in Brazil and a Chinese laboratory. And these vaccines were boycotted, attacked, and dequalified by the President of the Republic. There was a delay in the acquisition of vaccines that were already being used around the world. Among those, the Pfizer vaccine. Pfizer even contacted the Brazilian government. They sent over 80 emails to the Brazilian government, 80 emails offering vaccines, and these emails were ignored by the Ministry of Health and by the President of the Republic. Besides that, the government misinformed when minimizing the impact of COVID-19, minimized when they attempted to do campaigns to demobilize initiatives that would implement provision or prevention measures when they disseminated the false news that was a so-called COVID kit who could prevent and cure the disease, when in fact these medications, these drugs were provenly, and I'm not saying that there's no proof that these drugs could maybe be active against COVID. They were proven not to be efficient, and they actually produce severe side effects. That's the so-called COVID kit. The government stopped information from reaching the population. They forced the press to create a consortium in order to make public the number of cases and deaths every day, because the government wanted to hide those so that the population would not have awareness of the severity of the situation. The government omitted, both in the conduction of campaigns to make public prevention measures, simple prevention measures such as wearing masks. They made no campaign whatsoever to talk about vaccination. Quite the opposite. What we saw in this horror trailer movie that you saw in the beginning of the session, what we saw was the President of the Republic talking about the damage that the vaccine could cause. And it is a government that supported and sponsored deathly experiments such as those who were conducted by a healthcare plan operator called Prevent Senior, a healthcare services company in Brazil, which led to the death of hundreds of people due to the inappropriate use of experiments with no authorization from the victims or from their family members. And the use of the COVID kit, even with situations of moral harassment to health professionals who refused to use the COVID kit. Finally, I want to highlight that the House Hearing Committee has indicted the President of the Republic. We've qualified the President of the Republic according to several crimes. One of them is Article 267, paragraph 1st, contributing to an epidemic or death. Article 268, infraction of health prevention measures. Article 283, infraction of sanitary measures, charlatanism for the cure, postponing the cure of COVID-19 by using the COVID kit. Article 286 of the Criminal Code, fostering crime by fostering the population not to adopt isolation measures. Criminal Code, Article 298, falsification of private documents in an attempt to sell this idea that the Court of Accounts, the Federal Court of Accounts, was favorable to a change in the counting of cases and deaths. And finally, I'm concluding, I know that my time's up. We have forwarded our report to several institutions, and I wanted to highlight here the total and absolute omission from the General Attorney, the Brazilian General Attorney, in leading and continue with these investigations regarding the denounces and the claims that were made against the President of the Republic and other people who are entitled to what we called a privileged situation in the Supreme Brazilian Court. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm sorry if I went over time.
Carrying on then with our accusation witnesses, now Professor Desventura to come to the pulpit, and I would like to ask you to report to the members of the jury about the findings of the research that evaluated the acts and omissions of President Jair Bolsonaro and his government administration in leading the pandemic, and from a healthcare point of view, what that meant in terms of impact. Thank you very much, Professor. Good morning. I should salute the members of the tribunal and all those present and those who are with us remotely. And I must report on behalf of the claimants the result of the research study made by the sanitary department of the University of São Paulo, coordinated by Professor Wright, Professor Hates, and myself, and was conducted with the support of Connect Human Rights. It's called Mapping and Analysis of the Legal Norms of COVID Response in Brazil. And we collected the data and we studied, as Humberto, Senator, said, about over 3,000 norms, and also documentation from the year 2020 and 2021, and that we presented to the Federal Congress on behalf and after the request of the House Hearing Committee, and it's made public to all. This research study identified 3 types of evidence: normative acts that were taken at the federal level with additional norms, with provisional measures and decrees, ordinance, and others by authorities and federal agencies, and the presidential vetoes to the laws brought about by the Congress to stop the dissemination of COVID-19 in Brazil, and the acts of government that corresponds to obstructing the contention measures of the disease adopted by the cities and states administrations in omission to the administration of the pandemic at a federal level. And here, the omission of the Ministry of Health as the leading body of the Universal Health System of Brazil, SUS, which is seen as one of the best ones around the world for emergencies of this type in all international ranks of global health safety. And the third group of evidence is the propaganda against health care. And it's a political discourse that brings ideological and moral aspects, and fake news, technical information with no scientific proof to really take away the authority of sanitary authorities, and to really not use scientific basis and bring political activism against the public health measures to stop COVID-19 dissemination. So we conclude that there is a coherence from what the government said and what they did. In each of these 3 dimensions, we can see that their hypothesis of the existence of a strategic strategy of disseminating COVID-19 in Brazil, mainly through omissions and actions. First, defending the herd immunity through contamination or transmission, disseminating the belief that the natural immunity of the infection from the virus would protect individuals and will take them to the control of the pandemic, which is false scientifically and unacceptable ethically. Also, the presentation of estimates of deaths through this strategy and predictions of the end of the pandemic. Second conclusion, inciting the population to the exposure of the virus and not abiding by the sanitary measures, defending that it should bring people to have the courage, and this was all converted into health policy, and also taking away the importance of the deaths and harmful health of those and death, and saying that just the elderly would die, or those with comorbidities, or those that didn't have access to early treatment. And the fourth group of systematic obstruction to the contention measures promoted by mayors and governors, justified by the opposition from protecting health or protecting the economy, which includes the idea that quarantine measures brings more damage to the virus, and that is increase of suicide, and that these quarantine measures would bring hunger, unemployment, and among many other proofs that we can bring forth, the focus was omitting assistance and preventing measures that were frequently adopted to reaction of judicial demand by other institutions, especially the Federal Congress and the judiciary sphere. The results take away the interpretation that there's incompetence or negligence of the federal government in managing the pandemic, and that the presidential discourse is an exception to its administration. Quite the opposite. This systematic information of data, of actions, and omissions shows the effort and efficiency of the federal administration to disseminate broadly the virus in the national territory, showing quite expressive range of actors that take leading roles in the federal government. So these federal authorities clearly show that the focus was to come back to economic activity, while other countries had that action at first, but with the increase of cases and deaths took away that option, shows the persistence of the federal authorities in Brazil with the broad dissemination of the disease in the federal territory and the increase of deaths, the ramp up of deaths, and especially when we take into consideration that institutions at the Federal Supreme Court, the Accounts Court, pointed many times the non-compliance to the legal system in terms of the actions of federal authorities, as they did relentlessly, where scientific community and healthcare communities came forth to show. So the president moved around the territory, bringing on crowds in a premeditated manner, unorganized, but in a systematic manner, with the approval of other federal authorities and local disseminators, with no use of mask and no social distancing. This is with the president's actions and those around him. Initiatives as this tribunal will be decisive so that in future sanitary outbreaks, the herd immunity by contamination should never be promoted in our country or any others, and that the healthcare policies will be back oriented by scientific evidence to fill in the duty to protect and defend public health. The herd immunity by contamination through pandemic, as it was said many times, is another name for mass assassination. We shall not forget that, so that we never again see this context. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, professor.
Thank you very much, Professor Daisy. We now have some minutes for questions from members of the jury. And if you wish to ask questions to these two witnesses, Senator Humberto Costa and Professor Daisy Ventura, this is the moment. And I ask the witness to hear carefully to the questions. We have 15 or 20 minutes for questions now. Do we have questions?
To ask questions could raise their hands in order to order. So yes, the first one is Sir Claire Robert, and then
Thank you very much. My question is to the chairman of the House Committee, the witness reporting on the House Committee investigation. Apart from the dire consequences of stopping collection of pandemic data, such as formulation of plans and policies. Wasn't cessation of collecting data a breach of Brazil's international obligation? How did WHO react to this? And did they try to dissuade the government from taking this path?
Obrigada.
Thank you,
Claire Robert.
Mr. Claire Roberts. We are waiting for Senator Humberto Costa to come back. I kindly ask you also to address other questions right now so that we can also give the floor for Professor Daisy Ventura, who is here in person. Okay, we have the senator online. He will answer your question now. Well, actually, the World Health Organization not only warned, they also acted for Brazil not to adopt the change in criteria in the counting of new cases and in the counting of deaths as well. Throughout the whole pandemic period in Brazil, the World Health Organization, such as well as PAHO, they've adopted clear stances saying that the guidance coming from these institutions should indeed be fulfilled. And Brazil, by attempting to make this decision, which was a decision that actually met opposition from the part of the population and opposition from the press as well, a few days later, they went back into adopting the previous criteria. So the WHO did meet its role. The other thing we faced, which is also the subject of a claim presented to the Court of Accounts, there was a moment when some systems late last year, IT systems from the Ministry of Health that counted the number of cases and so forth, this system, IT system, suffered an attack from hackers. And reestablishing this technology system and the information, the process was extremely low, and it's very likely that we've lost information. Because of that, there is an ongoing investigation from the Court of Accounts about this topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Humberto Costa. I give the floor to the members of the jury once again.
From Kenari Guziak, from Raul Zaffaroni.
Bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. I salute all of you who are at the School of Law and salute colleagues that are watching abroad. Professor Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro, my solidarity also to all COVID-19 victims. My question is to Senator Humberto Costa. Mr. Senator, at the end of your explanation, you mentioned that the final report was forwarded to many authorities, and the claimants state there's no institutional capacity in Brazil to make these violations accountable. So my question is, how do you assess the institution inability to face human rights violations? My second comment or question is regarding specifically authoritarianism. One of the topics of our session, one of the words is authoritarianism, pandemic and authoritarianism. The prosecutors, Mr. Mauricio Terena, and also in Eloisa's presentation, they both stated that COVID, or the pandemic, was a tool that maybe radicalized these violations. And Mr. Terena talked about land demarcation, several policies for indigenous peoples. My question is, the continuity of these violations in the perspective of our institutions, and specifically speaking about the legislative. He spoke specifically about land demarcation. So this institution inability, or the characteristics, the institutional characteristics, how will we face these topics that will continue? The pandemic, of course, is at a different level currently, but violations continue. So I wanted to hear from Mr. Humberto Costa about these two topics. And then I have a question for Professor Daisy Ventura. Should I ask it right now, Mr. Gianni, or should I wait? Should I ask it right now? Okay. I would like to ask Professor Daisy Ventura if in this study that was conducted, what could she present specifically of evidence, or in the evidence that she showed, specific policies that had an impact on indigenous peoples and in the Black population? Thank you very much. And I give the floor back to you.
Já podemos, por favor?
Senator Humberto Costa, and then Professor Daisy, and then we will follow with another round of questions from our jury, okay? Yes. Well, when it comes to the legal incapacity of having the Brazil institutions positioning itself, specifically in terms of the judiciary system, in terms of crime against human rights, I mean, I believe that we not only have the right legislation to address these issues, but we also can resort to international institutions, specifically to the International Crime Court. And we need to say that we have a specific thing in terms of what the international entities have said, that the tribunal was very fast and start to analyzing the war crimes in terms of invading Ukraine. But the report of COVID-19 has been since last year with the ICC, and we still have no solid action in terms of transforming the charges, not only from the House Hearing Committee, but also from the articulations of the indigenous populations, of the entities that work with healthcare professionals, and we have had no answer. And since this is an international tribunal, I should take the chance to really also demand that from ICC. So since the House Hearing Committee also saw as crime the act of President Bolsonaro, and this can definitely be taken forth, and all the different legislation of all these actors in Brazil that have a way to really carry on with the investigation. And I should repeat myself, the most severe mission is of the General Attorney's Office till this day. When it comes to the theme of authoritarianism, it has been very clear in this process of the pandemic, where we saw the threats to democracy that the government used, on one hand, to detour the attention of the population of the disastrous leading of the pandemic, and the other to intimidate institutions that were taking on an important role in adopting efficient measures to control the pandemic. The threats to the Federal Supreme Court, to the Congress, and that attempt, we can say, not necessarily, I mean, a coup or not, but what happened in September 7 with the vehicles of the armed forces when it came to the voting to be printed or not. So specifically when it comes to legislation of indigenous populations, I am simultaneously a member of the House Hearing Committee, and we were in Roraima a few weeks ago, where we saw the lack of any type of supervision of impeding the miners in indigenous land. And this was one of the main ways to disseminate COVID among indigenous populations. Not only the presidential veto, but there is a legislation that has been approved by our federal Congress. Fortunately, we suspended his decision, and that the president would veto the access to drinkable water, to vaccines, to hospital beds. So I believe there's a very clear characterization of the authoritarianism, and specifically when it comes to indigenous population. Thank you, Senator. I would like now pass the floor to Professor Daisy Ventura to respond, and I should ask you please to be brief so we can have more questions from our members of the jury. Just very briefly, in terms of the World Health Organization, I should add that the World Health Organization did, in press conferences, really advise Brazil about the strategy used, and the World Health Organization made it very clear that saw as a scientific fraud and also a conduct that was not acceptable of herd immunization. There is no ambiguity there. So when it comes to the question of Kanariki's question, there are many normative actions of administrative levels, but I would add to what Senator Humberto said about this moment where the federal Congress has a protection against indigenous communities, and the president vetoes the most important elements, among those the ones that determined the efficient communication of the disease among the indigenous populations in the languages that they could understand, and also other vetoes that make it clear the intention to disseminate COVID-19 among these communities. When it comes to the Black community, there has been many aspects that can be highlighted, but I believe that every normative and judicial debate of the essential actions can already be pointed as one of the elements that really affected mostly the Black community in Brazil. The federal government tried as much as it could to extend the concept of what is essential service so that these workers could be exposed to the virus, be contaminated, and that way acquire what is presented as herd immunity by transmission. Thank you very much, Professor Daisy. I pass the floor back to the jury.
Yes, Raul Zaffaroni, and then Nicoletta Dentico. Thanks. Raul Zaffaroni.
Muito obrigado. Bom dia.
Thank you very much. Good morning and good afternoon in Europe. It is a big honor to take part in this trial, but my questions are for the two witnesses, the senator and professor, and basically is about the number 665,000 deaths, if I'm not mistaken. It is definitely an amazing number. Yes, okay. But in my country, the policy facing the pandemic was very different. The option was to prioritize the health, and there was a health care system in force that had been really weakened, and there was much of an effort for the vaccination policy. It was good and was able to have the vaccines. And what I realize is that, and actually we have 47 million inhabitants according to the census, and Brazil has a population that is 5 more. And in absolute numbers, the number of 665,000 deaths is amazing. But when you think about relative numbers, it's not very far from the percentage of population of the deaths that were recorded in my country. So then the question is the following. The 665,000, this figure, is that an exact number or the minimum number? Is that a data collection of the right objective total numbers, or just a collection of data that shows flaws? Thank you very much for your question. I should then request brief answers, and we can complement sending the answers later on to the tribunal. So Umberto Costa, and right away, Professor Daisy Ventura. I will be quite brief. First of all, if we were to establish a comparison when it comes to the number of inhabitants in Brazil, and also percentage-wise in other countries around the world, in all the cases, there is, as I said, quite a distance that is significant. In Brazil, as I said, we have 2.7% of the world population, 11% of the deaths from COVID-19. And I think this is underestimated. I don't know to what extent, because identifying deaths, this process in many of the states in Brazil, the SUS, our universal health system, is very good when it comes to information, does really depict reality. But I believe that the figure has been understated, because in Brazil we had a hard time to go through testing of COVID, and we had some other hurdles with that. But I don't believe that the number is much more than that. The number of cases definitely is much greater than that, because we didn't go through the COVID-19 testing, and we didn't have that type of work on diagnosis, but the number of them should be a bit greater. Thank you, Senator. Professor Daisy. I agree with Senator Umberto, and I should say the underestimated number of cases, even with the cases that were recorded over 30 million, Brazil became a big open-air laboratory of the multiplication of variants. But going even further than that, considering that the number that the federal government has reported in terms of those that have recovered from the disease, or actually should be read as those that did not die, where they were contaminated but did not die, the health system in Brazil was struck in a decisive manner in terms of the future of healthcare in Brazil, because with COVID-19 and the sequel of disease, we will have really an overwork of healthcare professionals, of the healthcare system, and of the investment in health due to the excessive number of cases. And always recalling, especially to the members of the jury that do not know the Brazilian health system, it is always attacked by different defamation campaigns, but our universal system is an international benchmark when it comes to health care. And if it had been used the right way with the right investment, could have had the best response to COVID-19 pandemic among the developed countries. Okay, we have time for one more question of the members of the jury.
We have two more questions, Nicoletta Dentico and then Luis Moita, possibly with the same recommendation of being brief.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Gianni. Thank you all, and allow me to express my very strong solidarity for all the situation in your country. And I really would like also to mention that attending the World Health Assembly in these days and hearing Brazil's delegates talking about their responsibility in pandemic preparedness and response produces, in light of what I heard today, a feeling of very strong dissociation between reality and fake news, evidently. Professor Zaffaroni already mentioned, stole one of my questions on figures, numbers, so I will be very brief on another aspect which may seem peculiar, but I really would like you to tell me something about it. What is, in your view, and it's a question to both the senator and the professor, what is the kind of religious legacy of this outrageous strategy that you illustrated? I'm asking this because, of course, we know that Jair Bolsonaro belongs to a very strong, religious affiliation and lobby that managed to succeed in having him elected as a president, but also because we've seen in several other contexts, especially in Africa, but not only in Africa, religious components that have actually shaped a narrative in the country that has guided certain polity at the national level. And policies of denials around the world. This has largely happened also in some pockets of Europe where, Christian or evangelical kind of thinking of denial has affected the reactions in Eastern Europe, for example, or even in Italy, in other areas of Europe. So have you at all analyzed or assessed what I would, how can I call it, a kind of a religious populism or a religious contamination in the strategy that Bolsonaro adopted in your country? Thank you very much.
Well, let's anticipate then the next question, Jenny.
So you could have, we could have then the two answer. Luis?
Okay.
Luis Moitar.
Boa tarde aqui de
Good afternoon here from Portugal. And as a member of the jury of this tribunal, I should really congratulate the Brazilian initiative of how this has been taken forth in terms of the critical moments and also in the documentation and now during their oral talks or speeches. So I have to say that much of this really took part, and it shows that there has been an amazing vitality that I should also congratulate for. Well, in this tribunal, and since there's no coercive effect or judicial one, there's a moral and political one here. And however, we have here, legally speaking, a sentence that we will have after all our work. And we should highlight the importance of having the people having the right and being subject to their own right. And I was impressed with the type of accusation brought forth. On one hand, the accusation of crime against humanity, against Brazilian population, and genocide against the indigenous population. So I would like then to propose two clear questions to our witnesses. First, these crimes that have been mentioned are not only federal political actions, but were also taken to the whole territory, as there was autonomy of state governors. So that's why I asked about a conflict between a federal and a state conflict. On the other hand, in terms of the previous question as well, that this process in Brazil had neologism, and in terms of comparing to other countries, and also clear indication that the federal politics had a deliberate intent of genocide and depriving from human rights. Thank you very much for your answers.
I thank the members of the jury, and I give the floor to Senator Humberto Costa for a brief answer to the questions, and then Professor Daisy Ventura. Hello. Can I speak? My apologies. I could not hear clearly the professor's question. I'm going to try to answer the first question. Regarding religion, I believe that that was one component. I don't believe it was the most important component, although it did have a weight, for instance, in the connection with indigenous peoples that are evangelic, and there was a strong dissemination of false news against vaccination, for instance, that it was devils working and the like, as well as some churches who positioned themselves against shutting down economic activities, because that included also shutting down religious activities. And some churches were against this. But also among Catholics and other religions, we saw important support to prevention measures, important information work to provide clarification for religious people. What was more severe in Brazil, I would say, was the denialism with clear political goals. The government created a true conspiracy theory that the disease was created in labs, that the disease served the interest of specific countries that wanted to become economic hegemonies over the world, and that they were interested in selling vaccines. And with that, they were defending false ideas about the disease. Of course, the government had this vision that the economic losses caused by the pandemic itself that were actually worsened with this need for prevention measures, shutting down economic activities, that this could bring consequences to the president himself. So that sounded louder in a way. I'm not downplaying the importance of religious leaders, leaders that did support Bolsonaro in creating this environment to confront prevention measures, but I believe the most important aspect was the political, ideologic one, and the interests of the government, because they did not want to take the political toll of the measures that should have been taken. Thank you very much, Senator. Professor Daisy, please. Well, regarding religion, I just wanted to add to what Senator just said by saying that we did see the presence of religious elements in the speech to foster contamination, with this idea that if you have faith, if you are a person of faith, you will be protected, you will not get the disease, or maybe you will get a less severe disease, and if you die, that's God's will. So religious element does show, and they show an important context that took place in Brazil regarding in-person religious cults or ceremonies for different religions. The Supreme Court at the end made a decision considering that restricting in-person religious concentration is not a violation of religious freedom, but this was the topic of political ideologic movements from the federal government and their supporters, who some of them belong to specific regions. Going to the second question now, regarding the strategy and whether this was moved just because of political decisions. Well, as we've seen in our study, the government adopts norms and vetoes legislations. They fight for the decisions they make. They insist on these decisions. There's no question about the intentional character because society and sectors of Brazilian society, not as many as we would like, but some sectors of Brazilian society resist, and the government legally attacked state and city administrations that decided to fight the disease and to adopt measures. And oftentimes they did this even through the Attorney General, because you cannot kill hundreds of thousands of people without the collusion of a large number of people. And I conclude as to the question of the singularity of Brazilian denialism. There's no question that the President of the Republic and his closer inner circle imitate former President Donald Trump. Oftentimes, the Brazilian president, he mimics Donald Trump and many other things that could be mimicked. There are so many things that could be mimicked from other countries that are not denialism, populist denialism, but there are singularities in our denialism connected to other forms of authoritarianism that was never solved in our country. One is the conviction that the lives of poor people are worthless, that the lives of black people are worthless, that the indigenous should be eliminated in our country. These are forms of eugenia, systematic defense of what we call social Darwinism, quote-unquote, improving the Brazilian race. This is a constant in our history, and it represents a very peculiar denialism with severe consequences, because this is ingrained in the Brazilian society in layers that should have resisted to the crimes that took place in Brazil, but they joined or either was silence in the face of this.
Muito obrigada, professora Daisy. Diane, vamos seguir com...
Mr. Johnny, we can continue with the next witnesses. Can we continue with the next witnesses? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Humberto Costa and Professor Daisy Ventura. I would like to let you know that any additional information you might require, please ask your questions to the Secretariat, and we will forward the answers to the members of the jury. So let's continue immediately with the testimonies of healthcare professionals and leaders of organizations that represent healthcare professionals, so that they also present, unfortunately, very briefly, and I'm going to help you to control time, the vision of the pandemic and violations of rights of those who were at the front line. And I would immediately like to pay tribute to all healthcare professionals who have resisted, who have fought during the pandemic, so that we were capable of surviving and being here today. So I would now like to give the floor to Benedito Augusto, who's president of the National Confederation of Social Security Workers. They gather the professionals of the unique health system. The SUS in Brazil is the acronym SUS, and he will inform all of us about the impact for those who were at the front line of the lack of organization of health policies, of the dismantling of the SUS, and the exchange, the constant exchange of leaders in ahead of the Ministry of Health. What is the meaning of that for those of you at the front line? Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to salute Professor Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro, all of you who are watching us. And I'm here as a health worker of the Sistema Único de Saúde, the SUS, as the Brazilian acronym. The health system is the major system in Brazil, is the major policy, social policy that we have as a structure in our country. I'm not saying there aren't others, but SUS is indeed an example of organization of Brazilian politics. We, as health workers, I would like to mention that when the pandemic hit, we were not appropriately warned. No one could expect a pandemic the way we had, whether in the size of the announcement or the tragedy. In Europe, we were aware that a pandemic existed, but it came not abruptly, but it gained volume in a speed that we as health workers could not follow. At that point, we set up a committee at the Ministry of Health, and due to personal reasons, the President of the Republic, as was mentioned, he dismantled the Ministry of Health. You remember very well that at the time, there was a transition committee. That was the minimum that would be expected because of protocols that would need to be adopted so that we as health professionals could act in the field. It's important to mention that we did not know exactly what was going on from a biologic perspective, from the nature of the virus, the very nature of what was going on in our country. It was a tragedy. The speed was astonishing. And in the corridors of hospitals, we saw people dying. It was a warlike scene. And I believe few of us have been able to see this. We could not believe what was going on. Well, at that time, we workers, we faced the denialism of Bolsonaro. He was out on the street saying that there was no pandemic, that there was a thing for sissies. We became marginalized within society, and we were attacked. If I had my white uniforms, I couldn't go in the subway because people were frightened and they saw the disease were killing people. They said, "You're not going on public transportation with me. How can you walk down the street saying that you're a nurse or a physician?" So that's when our colleagues, workers, started dying. Several workers died. I'm talking about more than 1,000 deaths. And I wanted to make a comment here to say that we are still fighting. The pandemic is not over for us yet. I want to make this very clear. You cannot believe that in a country where you have 100 deaths, which is the average we have every day, above 100 deaths, almost 200 deaths, for us, we are still in a pandemic state. Well, what happened then? The whole service was disorganized. All other services were pent up, and we had to face the pandemic. Deaths began happening. We didn't have enough control over deaths. And the side effect, I know I'm speaking too fast, he's saying. The side effects that we were facing were huge. First, with our families. We could not go home. Since there was no Ministry of Health, there were no protocols. So where should we go? Maybe we should have had a hotel, or maybe we should have had some time of backup for these professionals, health workers. Health workers who were already coming from a long story with poor compensation, with no career plan, with no clear management of the SUS system in Brazil. We had nothing of the sort. Everything we achieved was through fights, through strikes, through manifestations, and oftentimes we were not very well understood by society watching. Sometimes they don't understand that we are workers. We are workers, we're health workers. Our family members were scared. We had nowhere to go. We were somehow marginalized from society. The press was stating that we were heroes. How can you be a hero in such work conditions as the ones we faced? We were powerless. If you want to be a hero, you need to have some powers, and we were powerless. Our lives were at risk in a country that despises us to this day because the single health system, the SUS, has no clear work management. The system is still not fully regulated and from a work perspective, whether that's in public or private systems, right? Well, with the dismantling of the Ministry of Health and denialism moving forward, we as health workers, many of us got sick, many of us died. There was a complete destructuring of the services. Everything is completely disorganized to this day. I have some data. More than 1,000 people died until today, or by 2021. And I'm talking about health workers, okay? Just health workers. And we have not had a response from the Ministry of Health in Brazil. So what I'm saying, what we are saying here today, is more of a testimony, because our goal here is to say that the single health system, the SUS, did have the answer. We had a national immunization plan. It existed. If vaccines had arrived at the right time, but Bolsonaro said no to vaccines. The PNE, the National Immunization Plan in Brazil, it's one of the oldest policies in Brazil, and it has saved thousands of lives. Don't you remember when you were little that you had this card, the vaccination card, as a child? This was it had been part of our culture from a work perspective and from public policies perspective. Vaccines in Brazil have never been a taboo, never. They became a taboo because of this genocidal citizen who dequalified the whole process that already existed in the health system. And our struggle, we take this forward every day. This is a fact. I have never seen, working in health for all these years, I've never seen anyone criticizing vaccines. When you went to the health place, sometimes to the health station, there was no vaccine, and people would complain, I want to take a shot, where's the vaccine? So this propaganda, together with religious issues and other matters, I'm not a sociologist, I'm a health worker, I'm a social servant. But there was denialism propaganda and the impact it had even in the working class, which was dismantled at the time. We felt dismantled as well. So, colleagues, I get emotional when I say that we will face the pandemic, not because we are heroes, not because we are selfless, because we are health professionals. We went through a public exam. We have a responsibility to the state and to the Brazilian citizens. All professions, all of you who are here, I know we have many workers in the audience today. We will not run away from our responsibilities, even because the pandemic is not over in our country. Although the government said it has ended, but this is a farce, as everything in this government. The decree is a farce. And we are every day working in a disorganized system like the system is right now. I want to thank the Permanent People's Tribunal. This moment is very important, and I am emotional of being here. I'm touched of being able to speak in front of you today. And please, let's protect the SUS in Brazil. This is the only clear thing that we have as workers and as a population in Brazil. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Benedito.
Thank you very much, Benedito Augusto, here representing the National Confederation of the Social Security Workers. I'd like to invite now to take the pulpit Valdirei Castanho, President of the National Confederation of the Healthcare Workers, and that also represents the private sector for healthcare as well. And I would like, therefore, to ask Mr. Valdirei Castanho to inform you all present here and to members of the jury of the Permanent People's Tribunal what was the space of dialogue and of sharing to understand the demands of the workers. Good morning, everyone. I would like to salute members of the jury and the representation of the claimants' entities, and also of on behalf here of the National Confederation of the Healthcare Workers. It's a great opportunity to be able to give our testimonial here and to say that we are just one of the confederations, as Benedito, known as Benão, has mentioned. He represents one of the confederations which is more geared to the public sector, and CNTS mostly to the private sector, but both represent workers of both areas in any case. Although we are here to give our testimony and to talk here on behalf of the workers, I cannot go without mentioning how I add to what the witnesses before said, that the policies and politics of President Bolsonaro that prioritized denial, fake news, and the use of inefficient medication is one of the factors that have been a concern to all of us as professional workers. And I am sure that there is a direct impact in the number of deaths that we have seen in our country of people and also of healthcare professionals. Government Bolsonaro just missed a great opportunity to even strengthen himself in this government administration, and this opportunity he missed is related to some of his attitudes taken. And one, I should make it clear here, when it was said, what is the dialogue that has been carried out with the government? As Professor Luisa just mentioned, there was no space of dialogue. Actually, we had the National Table of Negotiation of SUS, which was really important. This National Table of Permanent Negotiation of the Universal Health System was always a very important space for public debate and to set protocols for the functioning of our healthcare system in Brazil. After he took office, he got rid of this national negotiation table, and we saw it as very important because it could have, when the coronavirus came about, to have been taken back, lacked the opportunity to have all the representations of the different professional categories in healthcare, to invite authorities, and to have a space as the National Health Council, the municipal and state ones, to be able to discuss some important things and establish the protocols of service. As healthcare professionals, we are taken in the middle of the crisis with no dialogue, no orientation, no type of I'm sorry, I forgot the right term, of training of the professionals. So you might ask, but the professionals, healthcare professionals, aren't they able to work with contaminated patients? Yes, but the pandemic is a new context to everyone, even to scientists that did not know how to face it. So it was an important space that the government could have invited all the entities and to have a discussion to build the protocols. We were thrown to give service with no orientation, no type of protection and safety of our healthcare professionals. Right in the beginning, much was said about what type of protection I should have to work with a patient, and there was no protection. The government gave no program, no purchase of PPIs to offer to the healthcare professionals. Actually, we saw outrageous situations where there were no masks or jackets to use, actually trash bags, and this is something that was released in the press. Some professionals had to use plastic bags to go into an area with contamination because there was no PPY, no mask, no goggles, and the ones available weren't of quality. We had to resort to the labor prosecution office to be able to resort to that, where a work group was built where the different confederations took part, the Union of the Nurses of São Paulo, and we brought our agenda and we discussed with the business, the private sector, and what were the minimum protocols that we needed to be able to exercise our role. There were 8 meetings, and we couldn't take a step forward. We could not. And we didn't because even of the private sector's unsensitive understanding, we had to go to the legal forum, maybe a different sphere of labor justice. We could have our agenda and fight taken into consideration, and that also did not really carry on. So it was also the public and the private sector that did not give this protection and the safety that we were seeking. If it weren't for the grit, determination of all these professionals, definitely more people would have died in our country. If it weren't for the universal health system, SUS, many more people would have died. Those who actually run the universal health system in Brazil are the healthcare professionals. And it's still responsible for the healthcare in our country, where we see that the private health plans weren't really offering testing kits. So we had great challenges. We went to the courts to discuss the type of mask and how should professionals distance themselves from pregnant women, from professionals with comorbidities. We had to discuss that. Workers were working under stress, sick. Just fathom working at an intensive care unit at a hospital where there are 8, 10, 15, 20 patients contaminated from COVID, and you know you don't have the adequate protection. How is the mental state of these professionals, knowing that you don't have the suitable transportation to go home, as it was mentioned here by Benedito? I mean, and those that had to use, because this is how union workers are. We speak a bit too fast, I know. I apologize, Professor. How can you go into a public transportation where people can spot you as a healthcare professional? We had healthcare professionals that were actually facing aggression in public transportation. So because we didn't really have a transportation system for these healthcare professionals, we did not implement a system where these healthcare professionals could be isolated and that they wouldn't have to go home to contaminate their family members, their parents, their children. Please, if you could conclude to their colleagues, children. So the life of healthcare professionals is very hard, and it definitely worsened with the pandemic. So I believe that this tribunal here should at least rescue some of the justice to what Brazilian society went through, and healthcare professionals as well. And let's always pay tribute to our health universal system. Thank you very much. I should now pass the floor to the president of the National Confederation of Nurses, Shirley Marshall, who will have also a moment for a brief testimony. So if you please can take the pulpit, and I will now request the witness to report to the members of the jury and our audience present today what was the impact of the dismantling of the policies and of this contradicting information, and to disseminate the pandemic of COVID-19, to really be able to deal or treat people with COVID. Good morning, everyone, and I'd like to salute all our distinguished authorities here, members of the jury. First of all, I'd like to say who we are when it comes to the healthcare professionals. Personally, I am a representative as a nurse, woman. I'm a descendant of the indigenous population of the Andes. My dad, an immigrant of Bolivia, and my mom, a teacher. And I am, as it was talked about, religion, and I am an evangelical Christian, and that's how Bolsonaro states himself as. And we must bring this reality of the healthcare professionals that died on the floor of hospitals, of the health units. We did not die by chance because of the virus. We were murdered. Our workers were thrown to work in those places with no type of training and without knowing about the virus and all the problems of the association. So we are women. More than 70% we are women. Black women and mixed color women from the peripheral regions, that we need to really understand that we need a public transportation for the places of work. And the big problem of this government and Mr. Jair Messias Bolsonaro was the lack of coordination of the federal government when it came to facing the pandemic. As president of the National Confederation of the Nurses, as also my colleagues that were here on the pulpit, we needed from our own pocket to have to buy masks, to have access to PPIs. There were no testing. Many can recall the moment when testing was denied. Workers, professional healthcare workers, had to really keep working forced, because we shall say that some workers had their rights removed. They could not take leaves or vacation. They were already sick. They were already dying. Myself, as president of this confederation, had to go to the hospitals to be able to talk to families of workers that committed suicide in the floors of the intensive care units, because nobody deserves to see what we did, because of a lack of government administration, lack of public policies. Have you seen scenes where people have no oxygen? When the federal government was advised that that would be the case in the state of Amazonas, nurses in Brazil had to be creative and many times was accused to really share a tube of oxygen among many people. And when we did that, one family or another, we were called murderers, that we were doing some experiments. We saw people really fighting to breathe because there was no sedation. We had to tie them down to their bed for intubation because there was no sedation medication. We had to contain them, and we who defend life had to take part in scenes that seem like torture to try to save those people. And these medications could have arrived, and the vaccines that we did not get also could have arrived. For those who don't know, there was hierarchization of life. When the equipment came, or the vaccine, first the physicians got, and then if there were some left over, to the nurses, and if there were more leftovers, to the nurse assistants. So those who worked with cleaning, the invisible workers, didn't get any. And part of these middle invisible workers, over 70% were women and black women. This was genocide of the black population, of the indigenous population, and of healthcare professionals. We had to see scenes of war without being able to work. Financial resources that were destined to buy gums, condensed lates for the army, even medication for sexual impotence, was bought by the government instead of buying vaccines, health equipment, so that we could save more people. The point about the under notification must be brought forth. We don't even know how many of the over 3,500,000 workers died of COVID, directly or indirectly, because personally I wrote reports to the Ministry of Health asking for information about the figures, who got sick, how they got sick. Only notification forms at certain points were denied to say even the race and where the person worked. So this is important to mention, to understand that the government tried to omit the genocide. Who were these people who were dying, being killed? And as a union entities, we fight for rights. If there were protectional personal equipment, was because we had to go to the judicial system to allow them to have a right that is in our Constitution. So the situation of the state of things where there was a lack of equipment, but there were resources, because the federal government denied that the states and municipalities could take actions to face the pandemic. We beat fake news, and that was no easy task, because every person we would orient, wear mask, don't gather, remain at home as much as you can. There was, on the other hand, the president asking people to go out to the streets, which is of great impact to us. If people wore masks and had remained in their homes in the moment they had to, if they could have taken all the protection measures that the scientific communities and international authorities had oriented, many of these deaths had been avoided. Each life is important, but they're downplayed. Life is now at a less important level in our country, and it's for those people who are not here with us because we survived COVID, but many of our workers had COVID 2, 3, 4 times. And when we were vaccinated and we saw the fear of having the vaccine but contaminating and taking that back home, one of our workers in my state, I am from the Northeast, where Bolsonaro really despises, but in the countryside of my state, a mother who shared the guard of her son because she lived alone there had to leave her son in another state, and she got into a depression with everything that she was going through, far from her son, that she committed suicide. And this is not only a reality of this individual, of our colleague, but of many in our country. Parents that left their children and for months they weren't able to see them. People who could not just rent other homes. We are not rich. And we had to remain in places that were arranged by a few to form groupings so we wouldn't take these disgraceful virus to our homes. The fear came to us, but it did not stop us. We did resist, and we who survived are here because of the importance of this tribunal, because of the lives and the memories, so that we can make justice, and to also stop these type of actions that we had in Brazil to have that in any other place in Americas. because over 70% of workers in our continent were contaminated and many died. And on behalf of all these workers around the world and in our country, we ask for justice so that act of authoritarianism should not contaminate facing a pandemic as this one and will not take away lives, because each life is worth, and that's why we're here, for these lives. We're being threatened, our families being intimidated, so that we wouldn't come and be here threatening us and saying that we're number one enemy of Brazilian nurse, because we have now a salary base that depends on the sanction of our president, but we will not be intimidated. We are here to say that we are not just talking on our behalf, but for those who aren't here and for the families of over 665,000 people whose life was taken. They were murdered, and we must make justice and bring justice. So thank you very much for being here and for hearing our voices, and that justice can uphold.
Let's have less despotic leaders who will hinder our families. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Shirley Marshall, for your words, your testimony, and the importance of stating about the threats you have received because you are part of this tribunal today. I'm going to ask Johnny and members of the jury. We have another witness to speak. We will not have a break, and we will go straight to the next witness, and then we will have a session of questions for the members of the jury. So now I give the floor to Jurema Werneck. Please, if you could take the floor so that you give your testimony in front of this tribunal. Jurema Werneck is a director at Amnesty International Brazil, but today she's here representing the ALERT movement, Alerta in Portuguese, which brings together human rights organizations in Brazil such as IDEC, Oxfam, CSDDH, Ethos, INESC, and SBPC, and also International Amnesty Brazil. So that you give your testimony, which will talk about inequality and the disproportional impact in the Black population and on women because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Jurema, she has brought, I believe, a slide presentation. And I now give the floor to Jurema Werneck. I'm going to let you know when your time is up, okay? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. As Eloisa said, I am here representing the Alerta movement. It's a union of grassroots organizations, human rights organizations. We have Oxfam Brazil, IDEC, which is the Brazilian Institute of Consumer Defense, INESC, the Ethos Institute, the Brazilian Society for the Progress of Science, the Santos Dias Center for Human Rights of the Brazilian, or the São Paulo Archdiocese, and the organization that I represent, which is Amnesty International Brazil. I'm here to speak exactly about what the ALERT movement has said in the hearing, in the House Hearing Committee in June 2021. The Alerta movement, and me personally, I was there as the only voice representing grassroots organizations. And I was there as the only Black person who spoke in this hearing committee, in the Senate. In this committee, we presented information connected to the study we conducted. We commissioned a study in order to answer the fundamental question, is it possible to do something in Brazil in the face of the pandemic? The first time the alert group appeared in public, it was in May 2020, when we published in the main newspapers of the country an alert, alerta in Portuguese, a set of recommendations to federal leaders about their responsibilities in controlling the pandemic in Brazil. And that's why our name is Alerta. It was an alert, alerta, to the President of the Republic, saying that avoidable deaths will be held accountable. So that this accountability takes place, that is why it is really important to be here. We thank you very much for welcoming us here at the Permanent People's Tribunal. As I said, in June 2021, I was at the hearing committee where we presented a study about avoidable deaths of COVID in Brazil. We commissioned this study to researchers from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Guilherme Loureiro Werneck, Lígia Bahia, Jéssica Prodestino de Lima Moreira, and Mário Schaeffer. These are the physicians who conducted the study. They are renowned researchers in Brazil who conducted an analysis of two main pillars: avoidable deaths through non-pharmacologic measures in the first year of the pandemic. The data I will present here refer to the first year, from March 2020 to March 2021. And the data sources are the information systems, public information systems from the SUS system in Brazil, with methodologies or supported by published methodologies that have been published in scientific papers such as Nature and Science. And the second pillar of analysis were avoidable deaths because of health actions and services. This was a methodology also using official data from research about COVID-19, from registrations of admitted patients into hospitals. And I wanted to mention that the data we've analyzed, this is official data. And what do I mean by this? Well, this is data that were constantly available to the federal government to base their initiatives, and these data were ignored. So throughout this work, we've organized this study as to answer 5 questions. The first question is, in the first year of the pandemic in Brazil, what is the impact of the pandemic among us? And here we summarize in this slide, we summarize the answer by presenting a fact that the pandemic in Brazil in its first year, it presented an excess of deaths of 305,000 deaths above expected. What does that mean? When I say about excess of deaths, that's an epidemiological concept that states that in a specific population, we know the death, of course, is part of life, so there's a specific number of deaths that is expected. When the pandemic hits Brazil in its first year, 305,000 more people than expected died. They died of COVID, or they died of other causes who were impacted by the pandemic, either directly impacted by the pandemic or indirectly because they were focusing intensely in responding to the COVID pandemic. So this excess of deaths was of 305,000 people, lives that we lost. Second question is, so the pandemic hit, we are going through the pandemic, we know that there is an avoidable tragedy in a situation like that. We knew we were going to lose lives, which we did. But was there something that should have been done, that could have been done? It was an unknown virus, an unknown disease. We didn't know what we were dealing with. And as health workers said, we had to learn as we went. But was there something that could have been done? Well, here, before there was a vaccine, before knowing what we now know about the virus and the pandemic, there were already things that could have been done, initiatives that could have been taken to reduce transmission and also so that the health transmission could be ready to welcome people who needed therapy. This is no innovation of the pandemic. I am also a health professional. I'm also a health worker, and my colleagues will agree with me. These are things that we do routinely in our work in health systems and in health in general when we face infectious diseases. We needed epidemiologic vigilance, so broad testing, isolating cases and tracking contact, and quarantining. What is the cost of that? Very small in the face of the size of the threat. We had to adopt non-pharmacological measures, wearing masks, social distancing, restricting mobility and the rate of contact between people, so avoiding crowds. This is no innovation in this pandemic. This is classic measure in epidemiologic vigilance. Brazil and its professionals were more than ready to act in that direction had they been given the command to do so. And most of all, if the necessary resources had been made available, which they weren't. Measures to prepare the health system, this was more than necessary. It was a pandemic. We knew what was going on in Europe. We knew what was going on in Asia. We had to prepare our health system, its infrastructure, and its professionals to receive the high number of cases that was about to come. Well, what were these measures? Training professionals in enough amounts. We have enough professionals. Our health system and the COVID led to a lack of professionals, and our colleagues have said that there was no training. They were placed in the front line without having access to appropriate information and resources. We needed to ensure the offer of enough beds and intensive care units. We knew what was going on in Europe and in Asia. We saw it coming, and we needed to offer intensive care beds. We needed to offer drugs, medication. This is a disease. It's pointless to say that we needed medication. We needed to foster the scientific and medical complex in Brazil to produce and to surpass the delay from last decades, to ensure inputs, because this would be on demand around the world. Anesthetic, corticoids, these were more than necessary, and we lacked those. We needed oxygen for medical purposes. This is a respiratory disease that severely affects the respiratory system. Oxygen. Come on. It's obvious that this would be necessary. We had to ensure the availability of that. And just look what we saw in Manaus and in Amazonas. We didn't have it. Now we speak about the sources of inspiration for the calculations and information I'm about to share in a minute. This is a study from Nature magazine, March 2020. It shows that non-pharmacologic measures, when adopted, or wherever they were adopted, they reduced daily transmission of COVID between 15 and 38%, reducing transmission, which means saving lives. Another study, which was published by Science magazine in February 2021, stated that prohibition associated to shutting down non-essential services, schools, universities, and stay-home recommendations could reduce transmission in about 75%. We still don't know the total amount of cases or of contamination or contaminated people and all the sick people we have. To this day, we don't have this information. But if we had used the science that was available, the information that was available, we could have made the right decisions. So this is what we do based on the measure that was taken. Whereas vaccine and specific prevention measures and drugs were not available in the first year of the pandemic, they were not available. Vaccines, we had no vaccines. We don't have appropriate measures, and we don't have a medication to this date, a specific medication. But as long as we didn't have that, there were scientifically proven measures that could control the pandemic and reduce transmission. It's an infectious disease. It's just natural. If you reduce transmission, you reduce the impact and the population. A population that is defenseless, a national population that is defenseless, we could have blocked transmission and we would have saved lives, but we didn't do that. This slide is the third question we've asked in this study. How many deaths in the first year of the pandemic could have been avoided? What is the number of avoidable deaths connected to the lack of assistance, connected to neglect, connected to the deliberate decision of causing deaths? So here we talk about the methodology. Next slide, please. Because what we've done, essentially, was to use the calculations of the epidemiologic methodology, the R0, which is the potential to transmit the virus. And we've seen this is something that is present in literature. It was already present. If the measures of social distancing and control had been adopted, there would be a reduction of 40% in the potential of transmission of the virus. And this information was available, that there were ways to avoid deaths. And now I go straight to the information which is interesting to us here. Because of this lack of initiative, or of the refusal to act, and minimum calculations, at least 120,000 lives could have been spared had these measures been taken. And these are low-cost measures, by the way, even if they were high-cost. Brazil is one of the largest economies in the world. We have one of the largest public health systems in the world, and we were in conditions to face this, and we didn't. So at least 120,000 lives could have been spared. And now we answer a question that was asked by Professor Eloisa. The risk of death, was it equal for all? Because here in this slide, we see official data. Less than 14% of the Brazilian population was tested for COVID-19 until November 2020. Well, with no tests, transmission is at large. We didn't take measures. And within this universe, people with higher income than 4 minimum wages have consumed 4 times more tests than people who have an income of less than half a minimum wage. So this is an information about income, about class, and I want to remind all of us Brazilians that class and income are connected to race. This is non-white people and mostly black people we're talking about, people who have no access to tests. And in this slide, we see the same data, again, throughout different months, and always lower income brackets, less access to testing. Here, same information. However, we have information about education level, lower educational level. So education is a proxy for race in Brazil as well. And here you see clearly, lower educational level, less access to tests. So I've talked about income and education level because there was deliberate denial of information about race and color, which has been determined by our national system since 2003. This has been approved in 2006. By not doing and by not feeling this data, this is a deliberate decision. And this is Chapter 1 of the Statute of Racial Equality, which is approved in Brazil. So it was a decision not to do this. Here we see what I've said already. Structural inequalities played an influence in the high mortality rates. The highest price was paid by black people, indigenous people, low income and low education level people. And from this point on, I am talking about the second perspective of the study, which is about the response of health systems and the impact the pandemic had, and the neglect, which is a euphemism, I would say, the impact of the neglect on mortality in Brazil. What we saw is that the SUS was under pressure. The health system was under pressure. And data that I would like to repeat. Public establishment had more patients that were Black, indigenous, or non-white. So the public health system in Brazil, we have public units, we have corporate units who are hired by the public service, and we have philanthropic units as well. And non-white, low-income populations were the ones most served by public units of our health system. Here you see the result of the dismantling of the system, of the refusal in an efficient management of the health system, which led that 20,000 people die in the first year of the pandemic. So these are just a couple of months of study. Just in 4 months, 20,000 people died in a pre-hospital service units. So this is people who didn't even go through the door of the hospital. They could not even be admitted to hospital. 20,000. That's in a period of 4 months within the first year of the pandemic. 20,000 people. And of those, 20,205 were in public administrations. Does that mean that the public system does not work? No, it means that the public health system was extremely under pressure and under-resourced, and we could not save more lives. Finally, I want to mention that question 5, and the last question is, what can we do then in the face of this tragedy? And that was in the beginning of the pandemic, okay? What can we do in the face of this tragedy? Well, here we see some recommendations we've presented to the COVID hearing committee, creating a memorial for lives lost, creating a responsibility and atonement plan, creating a national front to face COVID-19 in Brazil, ensuring the consistent implementation of non-pharmacological measures to reduce transmission, and having the right dimension, scope, and responsibility of the health system to current and future epidemiologic challenges. It has been said here that the pandemic continues. People are still dying, and there is a trace of side effects which is underestimated. The health system must be prepared to face this. These recommendations were delivered to the hearing committee. They were accepted, but I'm sorry to say that except for the memorial, this was the only measure that was accepted. Brazil still has this huge debt. The federal government has this huge debt, and there are more lives to be saved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jurema, for your intervention and how you were able to make it very brief after a full day of hearing in the hearing committee. So now I'd like to pass the floor to Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro, and then we'll open to the members of the jury. I should just mention a few people who are present here, and I'll read out their last names. Otherwise, we will not be able to complete on time. So first of all, I'd like to thank you, the representation of the union and also of the representation of the nurse union and also the Human Rights Commission of OAB, the Bar Association, and also the Union of the Municipalities Civil Servants of São Paulo. And so TV from Herzog Institute, Morgani from International Amnesty, Alessandro Prada from the Internal Affairs of the Federal Police of São Paulo, Freiberto, author, Maria Luisi, fighter for Freedom and Justice of OAB, and Caio Ferreira, also representing Congressman Paulo Teixeira, Suara Lopes from the Internal Affairs of the Police of São Paulo, and also Otávio from the University of São Paulo, Guilherme Almeida from this law school, Helena Simão Romano of the 11 de Agosto Student Council, and also Marcelo Linke from Justiça em Paz, and the former judge of the ICC, Steiner, and then I'll read out some names in the next break. So now I'd like to pass the floor to Secretary Jenny for the questions of the members of the jury. We'll try 2 blocks, and then we'll open to the answers of our witnesses.
Yes, I think that is the last opportunity for question for tonight. Who are those who could have any question to this? Everything is clear, or everybody's tired?
May I?
Alejandro.
Okay,
Alejandro
okay,
Macchio.
Thank you. Well, greatly appreciating the testimonies, and I would like to ask about any additional aspect of the already well-described mistreatment of the healthcare community. In this context of the cancellation of the truth and the proliferation of fake news, I would like to know if there was any documentation of acts of intimidations of those who denounce these fake news. I remember reading at the time that the researcher who initially described it in a very important international journal, the ineffectiveness of chloroquine treatment, had to end with police custody. So the news, for example, for senior prevent is also in line with this. So I would like to, was wondering if you could comment on this threat or any kind of intimidation of the sanitary personnel in Brazil.
May I ask Nicoletta who to support the other question, so the testimonies could choose what to answer?
Yes, thank you very much, Gianni, and thank you again for giving me this opportunity. One comment, which actually, no, one question which actually follows Alejandro's. Of course, as we've heard in this 2 years, and the witnesses mentioned it, the Ministry of Health was dismantled. There was a sequence of ministers of health, we could say sinisters of health, maybe just leaving one after the other. You know, they were either dismissed or they resigned. So there many things have happened in the Ministry of Health, I think, of what was left of the Ministry of Health during the pandemic. I wonder whether it is possible to elaborate a little bit more on this. And because Shirley mentioned act of intimidations, I was wondering whether you could elaborate a little bit following Alejandro's question, if there acts of disobedience were set in place by health staff at all levels, doctors or you know, declarations, manifestos or other alerts, other initiatives like the Grupo Alerta, which I think is absolutely great. And by the way, we should also replicate it elsewhere because, you know, this happened also in countries where denial was not there. This is my second consideration, which it's also a little notice of warning, so to speak. Witnesses have highlighted realities that in a way are not directly attributable in a way. I know it's a bit of a controversial statement, and maybe I also want to raise some sort of controversies here. Some of the dynamics that have been explained, some of the things that have been expressed and the narratives that have been produced and shared were also happening in countries like my own, where, you know, we cannot say that denial did not take place, okay? So even in countries of the G8 or G7, so to speak, we were totally naked in terms of PPIs, masks, and this is attributable in a way to this kind of market efficiency mechanism where, you know, masks are products of low technological levels. So basically we have them produced in China and a few other countries in Asia. And I think there are dysfunctions here that are, of course, aggravated by Bolsonaro's policies, but in itself, they are not pathologically attributable only to Bolsonaro's policies, because these things happened in many other countries also. So it's a kind of a war that needs to balance what the witnesses had to declare. I think it's important to take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Let's have 2 minutes each. 2 minutes. Okay. Who'd like to go first? Please, I will. Shirley, and then we'll go with Jurema. I would like to talk about fake news here, to mention as an example, as it was requested. Undeniably, the government distributed news that at certain points the hospitals would be over-dimensioning or oversizing their capacity of service and the number of contaminated patients in the hospital. So they were disseminating information that there were interest of the public health systems because they would get a greater budget for the number of patients that they would have there with COVID. At certain moments, this type of fake news was disseminated. And there was a specific case in Rio, in the city of Rio de Janeiro, in one of the hospitals. I can't recall the name of the hospital at this point, but that encouraged by President Bolsonaro, a group of 6-7 people invaded an intensive care unit to check if that hospital actually was packed with patients contaminated by COVID, exposing professionals there working, patients, because they simply got into the ICU of that hospital. And this was also true for some other regions, maybe not as aggressive as we saw in Rio, but it was a result of fake news that was very much disseminated, that the hospitals were informing a greater number of people contaminated because they were profiting from that, and that the population should really supervise if the hospitals were packed or not. This was in the city of Rio de Janeiro. Brief, please. Well, when it comes to the Ministry of Health, when Pazuello takes office, I mean, all the protocols of actions of the workers, not only nurses, but of all the hospital equipment. So this was a moment, it was in the limbo. So it was really responsibility of the state at that point to create protocols where state and municipalities had to really have their own management with the pandemic. And some aberrations as prevent senior healthcare plans where the hospital thought they could really have tests with non-certified and non-approved drugs for that disease. In my own opinion, the Federal Medical Association could have been a bit more clear about the chloroquine, and what they mention is that the physicians can prescribe, and we know that. But at that point, that medication caused damage that were those that could not be fixed, and we have no control of that, and those that took on that type of treatment just because of a lack of protocol and a specific action of the Ministry of Health when it comes to the pandemic. Thank you, Benedito. Shirley. brief, 2 minutes, please. It is important to highlight when it comes to fake news that in our country, they created what we call the hate cabinet. This hate cabinet was a department that was institutionalized for the fact of forming fake news and to really be aggressive on all those who would be against those news. So it was always after the speech of the president, Jair Messias Bolsonaro. So we understand that there were many situations like that we've said in other countries. But in Brazil, it was done in a very institutional manner. So we have the example of researchers that was talked about the vaccine. And we have a whole polemic about the vaccination for children under 5 years old. So the president, in an official declaration to the country, talked to his followers to say specifically who these workers were, where they worked. These were healthcare workers got direct threats, but not only researchers, on the other side also, nurses, physicians that would have any orientation contrary to what the president had stated would receive retaliation, and leaderships as union leaders also received retaliation in the digital way because they use the social media for such. In our country, the way to govern was through Twitter, through social media, where measures that were taken by a minister, if they were based on science, on technique, the president would undo the decision many times through social media. And this is something that is new to us, and it brought the false idea to our population that that was real and that the space of decisions in our country was only in the virtual place in a way that it's totally not supported by the legislation in our country. And for us, this was really hard to fight against. So we were threatened in our work from the initial speeches of the president, and then all these followers in the social media started doing the same at our places of work. Thank you, Shirley. Next one. Thank you. In the last 2 minutes, I should highlight two aspects. First, what everyone knows, that health is a right that is written in our Constitution, a human and health right in Brazilian Constitution. So it's something that has been highlighted and at a high cost for the Black population and the Quilombola communities where there is a higher rate of death and the populations that are in the favela, especially the Black population, indigenous populations, has paid a very high price for this. And all these populations, indigenous and quilombolas, had to resort to the Federal Supreme Court to have basic measures that are guaranteed constitutional measures. They did that. They had the answer of the Federal Supreme Court, and still the federal government does not take on most of the measures and vetoes the measures with a high cost to Black quilombolas and indigenous population, other than not following what was said with the federal Congress. We resorted to the judicial system and other levels to guarantee the legislation to be applied. Many of the denounces against the federal government and the the president has been boycotted by the Federal Attorney General. The members of the jury here asked about authoritarianism evidence. We have the Federal Attorney General that denies to exercise his duty to enforce the law. It's the first one to boycott our rights, and the violation of human rights has brought consequences. It was here talked about the jury that many of these tragedies took place in other countries and not only in Brazil, and that is a fact. Brazil is not the only place in the world where denial and authoritarianism is present and brings death. I know we need to recognize that, but we want to highlight is that Brazil had instruments built by the social different grass movements, and it's in our constitution. These instruments have been really denied strongly by the federal government and these associations with the Federal Attorney General. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rema. Any other question from the members of the jury?
The question, I think that you could go to the next step of this evening.
Since there is no, we can carry on with Luis Badin. Good afternoon, everyone. Survivals of the COVID-19 pandemic. I will just briefly report the testimonies of this morning. The accusation by given forth reminded us that the management or administration of the pandemic of the federal government was disastrous, and it increased the number of deaths that could have been avoided. So all of this had an impact in Brazilian population, but mostly strongly on vulnerable groups of indigenous population and black population. The healthcare professionals worked on adverse situations. As we heard this morning, many died following on their duty. I should say to Sheila that Tiago is here present with us today, and he symbolizes all these lives that shouldn't have been lost. Denise has also showed tribute to all healthcare professionals that will always be reminded by all us Brazilians here. Those claimants showed that there were intentional actions and a deliberate policy of contamination. They ask this to be a crime against humanity and points severe violation of fundamental rights. The accusation is based on many commitments that Brazil has signed with the international community. These crimes that the Brazilian government is accused of and charged of is there to take away the human side of victims, taking away the fundamental right as human beings. These crimes have a collective dimension because they touch the basic condition of the existence of people and their community. The international jury can make it clear, and I know how it should be characterized, all these severe situations that were reported here by all these testimonies that add to each other. When Jurema, representing the Alerta movement, announces that there was a pressure on the health system, the health care workers confirm that they did not have the right condition for work, and many died on duty. As the president of this jury, Ferraroli, always tells us, we must judge actions and not people. But the sentence that is expected from this Permanent People's Tribunal should reveal the actual nature of the political movement behind these mortal actions. So it's not just about judging the actions, but also revealing what inspires this group to commit such atrocities. That's why we would like to see here the individual responsibility when we talk about human right crime, and also the historical meaning of the facts that were put forth in Brazil during the pandemic. On behalf of the Comissão Arns, I'd like to thank all the witnesses for your very touching testimonies that clarified much here to us. They converge in terms of showing proof the despise to life, to human rights of Brazilian and also of the Black, the indigenous, and healthcare professionals. And the information was documented through research studies, empirical studies, and also by the final report of the House Hearing Commission report. So there is therefore a coherence, a convergence from what the claimant put forth with the information and the witnesses. Professor Daisy, who is chair of public health of the University of São Paulo, stated clearly that there was a policy of intentionally disseminating the pandemic, and the government fought against the healthcare system and not against COVID-19. So there weren't just the speeches and irresponsible role modeling. There were empirical data shown to prove that. And from what I understand, she precisely studied the official Brazilian daily journal, and that there was systematic attack to all the attempts of control in the pandemic. And this systematic attack brought forth the disastrous report that we all know well. More than the process of contamination, there was a mass murder, according to her own words. Jurema Werneck, the director of Amnesty, produced a consistent study of the avoidable deaths during the pandemic. According to her, we could have saved, in the first year alone, 120,000 lives. And I will repeat the number to you. 120,000 deaths could have been avoided, according to the study of Professor Jurema, based on research published in high reputation magazines and journals as Nature, with very strict methods of publication. Shirley and Benedito and Valdirei were close with a low salary, low availability of work, and nurses wearing trash bags because they didn't have protection, those committing suicides for lack of support. So these are very touching reports of the professionalism, not the heroism, but the professionalism and the responsibility of the healthcare professionals. All these workers were afraid of dying, but they took on their duty to save lives. And to them, on behalf of all, we should thank you greatly. This morning also, Tusha Tinaman from APIB was able to give us a testimony that the decisions of the Supreme Court, because the indigenous had to appeal to them to get protection that the government didn't give them. And they were able to get the protection of the Supreme Court. And it was reported that the plan that the government had to do was denied to them. So we're talking about something very severe. They did not carry forth the decisions of our Supreme Court. Senator Humberto Costa brought here to us a doctor's experience and also experience of former health minister. He exposed a wide range of evidence that was collected by the hearing committee of the House of Representatives. Says that from 2.5% of the population of the world, Brazil had 11.5% of deaths because of political interests, personal interests of federal administrators. He also made it clear the omission of authorities in being able to investigate that. So this is a very important morning because this is the only time during the whole administration of this president that he will be judged, even if symbolically, for the irresponsible acts that he has practiced. The senator informed that the government worked against the use of masks, against the social distancing, encouraged the population to carry on with their life without the due protection, and the hearing committee, with its investigation, said that he brought the risk to the population that was avoidable and deaths avoided, as Jurema said, and exposed Brazil to a risk of mass contamination. Professor Daisy also talks about a policy of direct contamination. This is a deliberate policy that caused what we saw. The government also worked against the mayor and governors and brought in a war of vaccines, a lack of coordination of health policies when the population expected the government to take charge. So this 50th session of PPT brings here highly reputable members of the jury, highly recognized in their field of work, with experience, serenity, knowledge, and sensibility to investigate the conduct of the Brazilian government and get closer to the truth among so much misinformation. So, but to members of the juries and all those who form their own opinion taking part in this session, we ask you to really examine all the proofs of accusation, but also those of the defense. And some were publicly exposed by the federal government. We saw a video here that exposes the vision of the leader of our executive body. So just quickly, I should remind you what the Brazilian government said in terms of its threatening actions, that economic reasons and individual freedom should prevail over health care demands. The government said that the pandemic wasn't that bad. It was just a flu or a cold. Alternative treatments would be cheaper and efficient. So in essence, comparing claimant and defendant, we can say that there are two very antagonic views of the world. One, represented by the claimants, is focusing on the human part of an individual and with human rights that you need to live with dignity, that are defined in a democratic manner and applied by legal institutions, so not through force. So this vision represented here by the claimants represent and seeks an ideal of justice that focuses on the fundamental rights and the dignity of human beings, while the other side sees that the leader should exercise a personal power and demands obedience, and the mass of followers, it has really taken the disease as something viral. And this morbid spirit of the irrational and violence is brought forth. Mauricio Torena, one of our claimants, talks about the violence in the Brazilian society. And we should say he gave his testimony of violence that is one that brings this to our Brazilian society. So if we compare to conclude claimant and defendant, I think that is really the crossroad where we today, members of the jury, to reaffirm the constitutional democracy and an attempt, increasing one, of a authoritarian retrogression of the legitimacy of the ballots and the misinformation campaign, concentration of privilege that brings suffering to many for the benefits of a few. You can walk around the downtown area of São Paulo and you can see that. And on the other hand, the social justice. So many of this make us embarrassed, and this is a very important to highlight that to an international jury. And all the witnesses we heard shows that the story seems actually to be a nightmare that we haven't been able to wake up from. And that's why we expect that this 50th session shows a dignity to Brazilians with firm justice, the accusation of crimes against humanity that we saw here. Before closing, I'd like to thank you all that took part of this historical testimonies. There's more optimism than lack of hope. So I'd like to thank the jury, and I'd like to ask you to hear all these voices that claim for justice. Our conscience, this is how we feel at the end of today's work. The conclusion is that our understanding of the disaster under Brazilian population is another one, that there should be more life after this morning session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Luis. And to close now of our first day, I should pass the floor to Paulo Sérgio Ferreira and Jenny. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the members of the jury who are present here with us today. And that way we will complete the part with the participation of the jury. Do you agree with that, Johnny? And then we can be back tomorrow. Is that okay, Johnny?
I can only share all the thanks to everybody and to see all of you tomorrow to start working on the second part, which should arrive also some perspective or conclusion. Thanks a lot for everybody for the contribution.
Muito obrigado, obrigadíssimo.
Thank you very much then. And before closing the session, I'd like to say that we will be back tomorrow at 8:45. And we will try to start 8:45 sharp, focusing on the violation of the human rights of the indigenous population. Just really quickly, I should mention a few names that has just arrived to the room. Chico Tucker from Justiça Paz, Dimitri Salles from the State Council of Human Rights, from the Student Council Guimarães Rosa, Sancho Bodini, the Union of Nurses of the State of São Paulo that I had mentioned, Campos Araújo, ABI Paulo Jerônimo de Souza, ABI Regina Castro, Marina Diaz from IDDP, and also Daniela Mediolari, and Frei José Rolari from Educa Afro, and Amaris Civis from the Institute of the Black Woman. So before closing, I'd like to thank you all for being here in this presence of the Deputy Dean that opened this house to us and that can tell the Dean our thank you, and Vania Santana, who honored us with her presence throughout the session. So I believe there is no further ado to just thank the presence of you all and this excellent report of Luis Badinha. I think in a way it makes the work of the jury a bit easier in terms of the conclusion of this amazing report that was made during these presentations. So if President José Carlos Dias allows me, I should close our session. Yes.